One race at a time. Coming here to Pocono, you really feel good because the team's really on a roll. But I think it's a high that'll stay there all year because of the preparation and everything that's led up to this.
Just a never say die attitude, total organization, and total dedication on myself and the team members. That's what we got right now. These crashes won't slow us down.
It's difficult. We're chasing the toughest guy in the business right now.
It's the toughest thing I've ever tried to do.
A lot of guys are going for the championship, but this guy's going to get it.
ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, is live today at Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania for the Champion Sparkplug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. In all the times we've been coming here, I can't think of a nicer day weather-wise. The temperature will peak today in the upper 70s under sunny skies. Hi everyone, I'm Bob Jenkins and welcome to Pocono, the 13th race of the 1993 NASCAR Winston Cup season. And the point standings show us that Dale Earnhardt has a 209-point advantage on Rusty Wallace. Dale Jarrett is only 14 behind Rusty. Davey Allison 22 behind Jarrett, and Jeff Bodine is 5th in the point standings. Now, Dale Earnhardt has certainly returned to the form that has brought him 5 NASCAR Winston Cup championships, but yet he has not dominated so far this season as he has in the past. As a matter of fact, Dale Jarrett has the best average finishing position in the past 5 events. And how about Rusty Wallace? Despite the fact that he has either crashed or not finished in the last 4 NASCAR races, he is still very much in the championship hunt. For more on that, let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch on pit road.
Thank you, Bob, and hello, everyone. You know, after Rusty Wallace won 4 of the first 8 starts in 1993, he appeared to be on a roll, no pun intended, headed to Talladega. But take a look at Rusty's rough road since. At Talladega, he finished 6th, upside down and backwards. And the last 3 races, of course, Sears Point, Charlotte, and Dover, have been DNFs. He did not finish. Now Rusty starts in 10th spot today in his Pontiac, and Rusty, after the last few weeks, it has to get frustrating.
It gets pretty frustrating, but the good part about it is the car's fast. It's been really running good. We had a transmission problem in California and the big wreck we had last week at Dover, but the car's tough. It's back. This is the same car I won the 3 in a row with back a month or so ago, and the team's pumped up. We're excited. I think we can win today.
This is your racetrack, too. You always run well at Pocono.
It's a good racetrack for me. I mean, we'll see how the race starts out. If the car's pushed or loose, obviously we'll be making adjustments throughout the day. But the last lap, that's the one that counts.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Rusty Wallace starts from 10th starting position. He finds himself 209 points behind a man who has been almost unconscious and tough to beat. Right, Ned?
Jerry, the way Dale Earnhardt has been running recently, it's going to be hard for Rusty or anyone else to gain any points on him. He's leading the most laps in every race, at least the last 4 races, getting all those bonus points, getting laps down, and still coming back and has won the last 2 races. Benny, that man is hard to beat.
Just to back up what you're saying, Dale Jarrett for the last 5 races has had an average finish of 4.8. Dale Earnhardt has had an average finish of 6.8. So you think 5 races, Dale Jarrett's picked up 10 points a race, 50 points? Wrong. He's lost 3 points to Dale Earnhardt because Earnhardt has led laps and got all the bonus points available. I'm telling you, this guy is on a tear.
He really is, and he'll be tough to beat here today. And Benny, those bonus points have never been more important than they are now in NASCAR Winston Cup racing. Let's go back to the pits and John Kernan, who is standing by with the guy who is in 3rd place in the Winston Cup points.
Well, guys, remember back at Bristol, Dale Jarrett involved in an accident with a lap car. He told us there that his points championship hopes were probably over, but they fought back and found the consistency to get back in the title chase. Dale, now that you found the consistency to run up front with good finishes, now I guess it's time to focus on how to get those bonus points.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, most definitely. Earnhardt has gained some bonus points on us by leading those laps, leading the most laps, and that's probably the difference in us being 3rd and maybe in 2nd right now. So we'll keep doing the things that we're doing. It's going pretty well. We just have to keep focusing on that and hopefully a victory soon.
Last week you finished 2nd after starting 29th. Today you start 21st. Should make it a little easier, huh?
At least I can see the front now. We've been qualifying back pretty far here lately. Doesn't seem to matter. Jimmy and the crew works awfully hard on the car. before the race and during the race to get me up towards the front. And if we can keep doing that, we'll be okay.
Dale Jarrett starting 21st today. Bob looking for another victory.
And Dale Jarrett will be challenged by Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace, and the others this afternoon here at Pocono International Raceway in Northeast Pennsylvania in the Champion Sparkplug 500. ESPN Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Champion Spark Plugs. No matter what you drive, Champion has quality from the start. By Valvoline, people who know use Valvoline. And by Allied Signals, Fram filters. You can pay a little now or a lot later.
Hang on to that.
Okay.
Yeah. We can help you feel, Bob.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. Back at Pocono International Raceway, I cannot remember a nicer day weather-wise, and I can't remember a larger crowd that has gathered here for a race. Let's take a look at the Busch track description. Pocono International Raceway first hosted the stock cars in '74. It's a 2.5-mile tri-oval. The pole speed 162.8. The time 55.277 seconds. They'll go 200 laps, and they'll pit anywhere between lap 35 and 38, maybe a little bit less on the first one. Pocono International Raceway, sort of a unique configuration. Turn number 1 banked at 14 degrees. You go on to the Long Pond Straightaway, which is 3,055 feet in length, leading to the most treacherous corner on the circuit, the tunnel turn. It's banked at 8 degrees. Another short straightaway, it's called the North Straight, 1,780 feet in length, leading to turn number 3, which is the flattest, only 6 degrees of banking. And then onto the very long front straightaway, which is 3,740 feet in length.
Almost 3/4 of a mile down that front straightaway. That's why the drivers are shifting about halfway down the front straightaway, shifting into overdrive and back into direct drive or 4th gear going in turn 1.
Part of the sun-baked crowd that is getting set for 200 laps of competition here. The engines have been fired, and now the field begins to pull away onto the track surface. Well, let's take a look now at the starting lineup for the Champion Sparkplug 500. The pole sitter, his 3rd of the year, his 3rd here at Pocono and 14th of his career, Ken Schrader in the Kodiak Chevrolet, car number 25. Outside that front row will be Mark Martin from Batesville, Arkansas in the Valvoline Ford, car number 6. The 3rd starting position goes to the McDonald's Ford, driven by Hut Strickland, car number 27. The 4th starting spot, top rookie from Pittsboro, Indiana, Jeff Gordon, car number 24, the DuPont Chevrolet. 5th starting spot is Dale Earnhardt from Kannapolis, North Carolina, the GM Goodwrench Chevrolet, car number 3. Starting 6th, car number 26, Brett Bodine, the Quaker State Ford. Brett is from Chemung, New York. 7th starting spot goes to Davey Allison in the Texaco Haviland Ford, car number 28. And then Kyle Petty from Randleman, North Carolina, driving the number 42 Mellow Yellow Pontiac. In row number 5 will be Jimmy Spencer and Rusty Wallace. 6th row has Lake Speed and Ricky Rudd still looking to lead a lap this year. Rick Mast and Jeff Bodine make up row number 7. The 8th row, Ted Musgrave and Bill Elliott still looking to lead the first lap of 93. Row number 9, Ernie Irvin and Jimmy Hensley. The 10th row, Bobby Hillen and Wally Dallenbach.
We can see the cars are coming off the tunnel corner, going into the short chute, the north straightaway, as Bob called it. And there's Trevor Boyce. Haven't seen Trevor around for quite a while. He's starting 40th today.
He'll be driving the James Hilton car. We continue with the starting grid. Morgan Shepherd and Harry Gant start in row 13. Michael Waltrip and Phil Parsons make up row number 14. Greg Saxon, Terry Labonte, Kenny Wallace, and Sterling Marlin in the 16th row. Back to row 17. There's Dave Marcus, who led last week. Darrell Waltrip, Dick Trickle, and Jimmy Horton in row number 18. The 19th row has Jimmy Means and Kerry Teague. There's Trevor Boy, starting car number 48 inside row number 20. And Graham Taylor is the 40th starter in the grid. There is Jeff Gordon, the top rookie contender. And And the points battle as we go into this 13th race has him on top, but not by very much. Bobby Labonte has 127 points, and Kenny Wallace only a point behind in third.
And let me say that the rookie battle this year does have a sponsor. Max Race Cars is sponsoring the rookie battle this year.
And they'll go at least one more lap before getting the green. It's always interesting to see the maneuvering pole position as they come down the long front straightaway. Here is the Race Fans Unlimited in-car camera. That's in the number 8 car, the Raybestos Ford, being driven by Sterling Marlin. Starting in 32nd position. There's Bobby Hill, and good look at him as he gets ready to go from 19th starting position.
We see him moving the wheel back and forth, trying to scrub all the debris off the tires so they'll be able to grip when he gets down in turn 1.
And here's the Phillips 66 Trop Harding Bojangles Ford, being driven by Derry Cope, and he will be going from 24th position. You see this little air hose right here.
That hose blows air directly on Derry Cope, trying to cool him off a little bit.
Field moving into the tunnel turn now and on to the north straightaway. Let's go to Jerry Punch with an update on Ricky Rudd.
And he was the last car to make it onto the starting grid this morning, the Tide Chevrolet, starting in 12th spot. They had an engine problem on Friday, another problem with an engine yesterday afternoon late. They changed the engine this morning. Gary Dehart and the crew working feverishly. In fact, Ricky Rudd involved with trying to get the engine put in the car. Ricky helped push the car back into the starting spot. He was somewhat out of breath. He just wiped his brow off, climbed in, and said, let's go race. But they made it on the starting grid, but not without a lot of effort from folks in that Tide crew.
And the same situation with Rusty Wallace. He also had an engine problem yesterday in the final practice. They changed that, and they are ready to go. The crowd rises to its feet as the pace truck is off of the racetrack, and we are set to go 200 laps, 500 miles at Pocono International.
Doesn't take Earnhardt long, does it?
Boy, what a pretty sight. These cars fan out 4 or 5 wide going into turn 1, but look how quickly they'll get down into 2 wide, at least going into that turn.
We saw Sterling Marlin wave to the people behind him. Hey, I'm backing up. Here comes Mark Martin trying to take the lead and lead lap 1.
This is going into turn number 3. Mark Martin has the inside advantage on Ken Schrader, who took the lead at the drop of the green flag. But as they come off corner number 3 and down the main straightaway, it's going to be Mark Martin leading, then Schrader, Earnhardt, Strickland, Jeff Gordon, and Davey Allison.
See 3 abreast back there as Morgan Shepherd comes on the inside of Dale Jarrett, who's on the inside of Bill Elliott, and Shepherd makes a good pass. Elliott hanging pretty good up there in that second groove.
He's running a lot better on the outside than we've seen cars before. And we see Schrader has taken the lead back from Mark Martin down in turn 1.
And in fact, Earnhardt now begins to challenge Mark Martin for the second position. They go into the tunnel turn once again, turn number 2. There's Schrader, the leader of the race. But right behind is Mark Martin and Dale Earnhardt. Jeff Gordon has moved to 4th place. Davey Allison is 5th. Earnhardt trying to get the advantage on Mark Martin. Let's see what strategy he employs coming off corner number 3 and on to the front stretch once again.
Well, we're talking about those bonus points, Bob. He wants to get up there as quickly as he can and lead a lap, so he'll get at least 5 bonus points early in the race.
Here comes Ricky Rudd with his new engine fanning down on the inside of Brett Bodine, trying to bang Ernie Irvin, Kyle Petty. And is that Bobby Hillin on the inside?
Sure looks like him, yep. Irvin and Brett Bodine side by side. Now Kyle Petty moves up alongside Brett.
And most of the time the inside groove is the preferred one. It looks like it's working for these guys as Brett got hung up on the outside in the Quaker State Ford. Lost a couple of positions. Hillin running good there in the Junie Donlevy Halleck Myers Ford.
This goes into the 3rd corner. Bank 6 degrees. Here's Earnhardt on the outside. Now, don't tell me he's going to try it on the outside, but he is.
Schrader continues to lead. He led the first 10 laps of this race from his pole position last year, but now Earnhardt does go outside, takes 2nd position away from Mark Martin.
He was able to pick up the draft of Kenny Schrader once he got out there, and the draft definitely does work down this long straightaway here on the front and move right up on his back bumper. Now he's going to try to take the lead.
And he will go to the inside, coming off corner number 1 down the long pond straightaway, 3,055 feet in length. It's going to be enough for him, I believe, to take the lead away from Schrader. Now Martin comes up right up on his rear bumper, and yes, Earnhardt gets the lead.
Now let's see if Jeff Gordon could get a run on his teammate, Kenny Schrader. And now Davey Allison's going to try to get on the inside of Jeff Gordon. Can't quite make the pass. Well, he might be able to make the pass.
He has Jimmy Spencer back there trying to help a little bit as far as the drafting is concerned. Of course, the draft really works better down the front straightaway. So Earnhardt looks like we'll pick up 5 bonus points right here.
Here's Spencer to the inside now of Jeff Gordon and Lake Speed.
And Lake Speed going to the inside, trying to pass both those cars.
Lake started 11.
Lake was especially strong at Charlotte. Had an awfully good run.
Oh, there's a sulker.
And Rusty Wallace is on pit road. The caution comes out. The 90 car, Bobby Hillen, has experienced an engine problem or caused the caution as Rusty drives the car back into the garage area.
Wow. Now, he had an engine problem yesterday as well. Wonder if that's something that's hurting him here again.
Well, we will see what is the problem with Rusty Wallace, and we'll find out what's wrong with Bobby Hillen. But the caution flag is out for the first time here at Pocono in the Champion Sparkplug 500.
Man. Children's told me they probably got less gear than anybody out there. So and Earnhardt is getting beat a little bit down the straightaways, but man, he just killed him in the corner.
Strong.
He said, I know we're pulling less gear, and he said, Will Sturl turn in 8,600. I said, I don't know how in the world those guys expect to lose.
Well, I told him the other day that they last week at Dover were turning 8,800. Of course, they didn't live.
Going to John. Okay. 15 seconds.
You blow up.
Cleanup is underway here at Pocono. The number 90 car of Bobby Hill in the High Lake Myers Ford apparently blew an engine and has put down some oil on the track. Here the top 5, Dale Earnhardt, Mark Martin, Ken Schrader, Davey Allison, and Jimmy Spencer after 6 of 200 laps. And 6 through 10, Lake Speed, Ernie Erdman, Jeff Gordon, Ricky Rudd, and Kyle Petty. You saw Rusty Wallace pull off of the racetrack back into the garage area. Here's John Kernan.
Well, Bob, we're back behind Rusty's hauler, the Miller Genuine Draft crew, getting ready to take a look under the hood. Rusty, you just quickly pulled it in. I know you guys had to replace an engine this morning, so what's the problem here?
We put a new engine in this morning. Everything went well. The car was running real good the first 4 or 5 laps there, and just locked up. I mean, it really locked up, too. I just shoved the clutch in and just saved it. So that's it. That's all I know.
That's Rusty Wallace, very disappointed. He was looking to get back on the winning track today. He told me earlier in the week, had so many things run into him that he was trying to demagnetize his car. So he'll go back to the shop. They'll get the car fixed and get ready to go to Michigan next week.
So Rusty Wallace, who is second in points, has an early out once again. Jerry?
Bob, Rusty told me this morning that he had just been notified he had won the first quarter balloting for the driver of the year. He said that meant a lot to me because I beat people like Nigel Mansell and Indy 500 winner Emerson Fittipaldi. He said I thought that might be an omen for us, but obviously it wasn't.
Well, he'll have to shake off the disappointment again here and go on to the next race.
I tell you what, it's so you can see just how easy it is to fall out of the chase for the championship. Rusty Wallace, last 4 races, did not finish.
Still under caution, cleaning up the racetrack. with 6 laps completed here at Pocono. Dale Earnhardt still leads. We'll take a break and be right back.
Hey guys, on the first lap of the race, Schrader yelled into his radio. He said, "Man, I don't believe this!" And the crew all went nuts, thinking something had happened when he went into turn 1. He said, "What? He said, "I can't believe this!" And a bird just pooped right in the middle of my windshield. He said, "I can't see a thing."
Oh man, that ain't exactly what he said, though.
That's not
Uh-huh. Okay. Right. Yeah. All right. Back at the Champion Spark Plug 500 at Pocono, Rusty Wallace is back in the garage with engine problems. We continue our assembly of a race engine, wrapping up things with the cylinder heads in the final assembly.
Last week, Randy Dorton and I was doing the machine work on the bottom end to assemble the engine as we're flat cutting the piston now. Now, what's the next process, Randy?
Well, we're finishing up the final valve job here on Chevrolet's 18-degree cylinder head. You can see the intake seat being properly cut. From there, the cylinder head is going to the flow bench to measure the performance of that cylinder head.
And each cylinder head is measured against the last cylinder head. Is that how you do that?
Well, it's a performance measurement somewhat of the engine here output. Final assembly is being done here on the heads now. Dale West titanium valves are being installed. Springs being installed in for proper seat retention.
Well, there's our block that we worked on last week. They're getting the oil, the block is clean, it's ready to assemble, correct?
Final assembly is going on now. You just seen the cams being installed in it. Main bearings have already been fitted up in it. Now you see a little bit of Valvoline oil installed there before the crankshaft is installed. Main caps are now being put in place, being torqued up to a proper spec. Checking for infloat on the thrust. Now we're rolling the engine over here and kind of doing a final wipe of the cylinders themselves for...
We're getting the engine ready to put the pistons and connecting rods in, right?
Right. They've already been assembled. The rods on the pistons, the rings are installed now, and the compressor's on there, and he's sliding number 1 piston in.
He locks that down around the crankshaft?
Installing the cap now and followed up by the remaining 7. Now he's properly torquing the proper stretch to those rod bolts. Front cam drive's going on now. This is a Jessel belt drive that we use to drive the camshaft.
They don't use timing chains anymore, huh?
No, this is a belt. Very good piece. Bottom end's pretty well complete here. Oil pan installed now. Fuel pump push rod going in. Of course, the mechanical fuel pump that we have to run required by NASCAR.
That's right. NASCAR cars do not use the electronic fuel pump.
Right. Now the cam's being properly degreed for its proper location.
Harmonic balancer going on the crankshaft.
Fluid dampener being installed here with the front pulley drives, power steering drives, water pump being installed, water pump pulley. Here's the Weaver dry sump pump now being installed. Tappets now Felpro head gaskets with the fully prepped cylinder heads and the final assembly of the rock arms. Feeding the intake gaskets and manifold. Now kind of the final dress of the engine, the valve covers and ignition. Now we're ready for the dyno.
And what the dyno tells you is whether you're going to use that engine or not.
Now, Benny, Rusty said the engine just locked up on him. Where was probably the problem?
In the bottom end, the crankshaft, the bearings got some debris in there, but anyway, the crankshaft locked up to the bearings.
Green flag is out. We are back to racing at Pocono on lap number 10. Look at him fan out 5 wide down the front stretch.
There's Phil Parsons on the inside of Jimmy Hensley. And he takes that spot away. Meanwhile, barely gets in. Derek Coates hung on the outside.
Well, they get back in single file as quickly as they can.
Now we can see the oil dry. That dust that we see is the oil dry where they put down to soak up the oil that Bobby Hillin lost when the Heilig-Myers-Fort blew going down the back straight, or actually in turn 1.
Single file through the tunnel turn, number 2.
Well, we had a report that Dale Jarrett might have a slight miss in the engine of the Interstate battery Chevrolet.
Oh, and a spin. Jeff Gordon is spinning and hitting the wall hard up on near turn number 3.
And caution is out once again. Gordon keeps the car on the high side of the racetrack. Looks like everyone else will get by down on the inside. Too bad for the rookie. Had a great run going again here today. Good qualifying, starting in 4th position.
Jeff Gordon crashing here on lap number 10, and here's a replay of what happened. It was just as he approached turn number 3.
Kyle Petty was on the inside of him, Bob. It doesn't look like they touched, and then Hut Strickland comes up,
Hut Strickland was trying to get that spot, trying to take that spot away, and Jeff came down the racetrack, got bumped, and look at
Jeff Bodine.
Jeff Bodine and Hut Strickland got together.
Yep. Bodine has a definite bump on the right front of the Motorcraft Ford. Don't know how
Hard
much damage
contact on the left side of the car, and the safety crew now comes to Jeff, and he climbs out of the car under his own power.
Boy, you know that young man's frustrated.
Yeah, he was 10th in the Winston Cup point standings coming into this race.
It hasn't been a really great year for Jeff, although he has had some outstanding runs, but he's also experienced crashes at Darlington, North Wilkesboro, Bristol, Charlotte, Dover, and Pocono, and you can see the result of the Pocono crash. Let's update the situation regarding Dale Jarrett. Here's John.
Well, it's not really a miss. I talked to Jimmy Maycar just a few minutes ago. He says it's a hesitation as the car comes off of turn number 3. They think the float in the carburetor might be sticking. Jimmy says he doesn't think it's going to be a serious problem right now. They're just going to have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Hut Strickland, with a great qualifying run, is headed down pit road, and his crew will be ready to go to work. On Hut, is there some damage on the left front nose. Also in the left rear, you can see it mostly looks like sheet metal damage, and they're going to have to pull it off of that left front tire because it looked like it had been rubbing on that tire. They'll get that away. Certainly will affect the aerodynamics somewhat. That's very important here with the speeds that they reach on the front straightaway. Mike Hill will bump up the spoiler on the rear of the car. They had been running about 65 degrees of spoiler. Let's go down pit road to Brett Bodine's pit with Dr. Jerry Punch.
And John, the Quaker State Kenny Bernstein on Ford getting a 4-tire change. He leaves the pit road, as does the Kellogg Chevrolet of Terry Labonte, who's been in. Here is Kenny Wallace leaving pit road, and Strickland is still in. Let's check back with you, John.
Well, Jerry, what they're having to do, they're having to tape a piece where the nose and the left front fender were actually separated. So they've got tape out, a lot of tape, that they're taping that down in place, trying to fix the aerodynamics. They've also had to beat the underside of the left front fender up to keep it away from the tire. Hutt's still sitting here on pit road. They're putting on the left front tire and waiting. Mike Hill and the crew are making sure they get that tape on nice and tight. They'll put just a little bit more on. They're asking for a little more. Now he is down, still sitting here on pit road. A bad break for Hut Strickland.
And a worse break for Jeff Gordon as his car is being taken off the racetrack up in turn number 3, where he had made hard contact with the outside wall after getting some help from Hut Strickland.
Looks like all those guys are doing is color coordinating the paint. I mean the tape.
Top 10, Dale Earnhardt, Mark Martin, Davey Allison, Ken Schrader, and Jimmy Spencer. And Lake Speed, Ernie Irvin, Ricky Rudd, Kyle Petty, and Brett Bodine. We'll be back with more live coverage in a moment. Lost credibility on that because Brett Bodine, of course, was in the pits.
Has Neil been talking to you?
Yeah.
I'm not hearing him.
Really?
I guess he... Yeah, I hear you now.
Pocono International Raceway in the Champion Sparkplug 500 here on ESPN. Jeff Bodine was running 11th. He is in the pits. And Brett Bodine is still on pit road.
And Bob, after coming down for what looked to be a routine tire change, we are being told now by Donnie Richardson that apparently Brett was hit in the right rear in that little incident up in turn 3, sheared off the valve stem, so they had to come down and change tires. And Brett is complaining the car is dog walking, sort of wobbling down the straightaway. They think they may have bent a trailing arm beneath the right rear of the car. That's why they have brought him down pit road to try to check the right side of the car. That's where they have pulled a string right now, checking the alignment of the right rear tire and right front. And now Brett has to go back out to keep from losing a lap, so he puts it back in gear and pulls away.
And Jerry, it doesn't look like there's much sheet metal damage to the Quaker State Ford as he goes out, but probably what happened, another car hit the wheel. Didn't do much sheet metal damage, but hit that tire, and that's when you can really do some damage to the suspension of the car.
That is exactly what happened, Ned. The contact was totally on the wheel and tire. That's why it sheared off the valve stem. It didn't even hurt the car, and the crew was trying to figure out when he came down pit road. He said, I got hit in the right rear. They didn't see any damage, but it was actually on the wheel itself that pushed the rear end and possibly bent the trailing arm. They're going to try to bring Brett back in one more time in a moment before the green comes back out and look once again.
Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon's car is on a flatbed. Car damaged too badly to even put on a hook. Here is John Curtin with an update on Jeff.
Well, the crew is awaiting the arrival of the car. They don't really have any idea just how badly damaged it is. And just to indicate that, look at this trailer that they have pulled out. It's got just about everything you could use to rebuild a race car. You've got the rear end with the rotors. You've got a few of the rear axles in here. You've got a master cylinder. You've got some of the brake calipers. Just about everything that you could need to repair a race car. So these guys are prepared to try and fix this car and get it back out as soon as Jeff, who has gone to the infield care center to be checked out, arrives here at the garage area.
Let's take a look at the accident once again, happening over on the north straightaway. Watch Hut Strickland come up and just barely tap Jeff in the left rear.
I think he was trying to fill the hole where Kyle Petty was, as Benny mentioned a moment ago, and Jeff came down wanting to get back on the inside groove and tapped him just a little bit and sent him right into the wall.
Hard contact, and Jeff is being checked over in the infield medical center. However, he did get out of the car under his own power. And let's go to Jerry, who has an update on the 26 car.
Clyde Booth is a team manager for the Quaker State efforts. So Clyde, how bad is the car hurt?
Well, right now we've got the right rear has got the eccentric loose, and the right rear is actually pulled back in the car, and the car's dog tracking. So we absolutely can't run it that way. It's going to get real loose if we do, so we're going to have to make an adjustment here on it.
Well, you're going to have to come back in and make an adjustment and probably end up losing some laps.
Well, we hope not we're going to lose any laps, but we're going to have to adjust it for sure.
Well, they're ready to work on the Quaker State car here in the pits as we are in the early laps at Pocono, Pennsylvania. Back with more after this. Stay with us.
Neil, you want to talk to me? You want me to check my mic now, Neil?
Wait a minute.
No.
Did you just try your talk back?
Yeah.
We're still on the air. Do it again.
Yes. Yes.
Oh. No, I'm saying that his mic didn't cut out when, yeah, this is your talk back.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Bob. I would have been.
You'd have been punching the wrong button.
I would have.
all
I said,
day.
Neil. That guy in South Dakota would be saying, what's he talking about? Oh, man.
Green, I guess.
Okay, gonna hit it about right. Well, we're gonna have maybe 5 seconds to say, here's the green.
Hey, on that engine piece, it was just perfect, wasn't it?
Yep.
Came back and he was waving the green flag.
Yep.
Attaboy, Neil.
Timing is everything. Brett Bodine remains on pit road. Now the car begins to move away. However, the field is coming out of turn number 3 and about to take the green flag for a restart. Brett is going to get out before losing a lap, but probably will, depending upon how fast the field takes the green flag. Here it is. We're back to racing on lap 16. Once again, they begin to fan out coming down the straightaway. Wally Dallenbach Jr.'s on the inside, picking up position on Michael Waltrip. Drivers who have made impressive moves here in the first 15 laps of this race. Morgan Shepherd started 25th, is now 10th. Dale Jarrett started 21st, is 11th. And Phil Parsons started 28th, is now 12th as Mark Martin closes in on the leader, Dale Earnhardt.
Dale Earnhardt started, what, about 6th and is leading the race.
Yeah, started 5th. Didn't take him long to pick off those 4 in front of him.
Davey Allison there on the left of your screen. He's in 3rd position, going over the area of the racetrack on which his terrible accident occurred here last July in the 2nd race in Pocono.
Well, you can see how low they get on the racetrack through turns.
Here comes Mark Martin. He's giving Earnhardt a shot.
Going to the inside on the north, the Long Pond straightaway, and Mark Martin is going to take back the lead from Earnhardt.
Remember last week at Dover when Mark Martin passed Earnhardt? Earnhardt passed him back to the next corner. Is he going to do the same thing again?
Wouldn't surprise me. Yep.
He did.
And Davey Allison comes up to take 2nd place away from Mark. And Schrader takes 3rd, putting Martin back to 4th. He goes from 1st to 4th in a matter of feet.
While all that was going on, Dave Marcus had a black flag. He jumped the restart there, so he had a stop-and-go penalty. He's back out on the track, still in the lead lap.
Now Davey Allison begins to close in on Earnhardt. Single file for the first 15 or so cars. There's Dick Trickle, who is slow on the racetrack. In turn number 3, should make it to the pits.
The Factory Outlet Stores of America, Ford this year for the Raymark team.
Action continues on the track.
That's Martin on the inside has taken 3rd spot back away from Schrader. Jimmy Spencer, the Meineke Muffler car, closes in on the back of Spencer.
And John Kernan is with Jeff Gordon.
Well, they have just brought the car back here. The rear end is pushed over there. Got a lot of work to do. Jeff has come from the infield care center. And Jeff, you're okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. You know, DuPont Chevrolet, it was a little bit loose. I was just taking my time, trying to be very patient. You know, you can easily get pushed back here. And I don't know what happened. All I know is they told me I was clear. I went down to go in the corner, and last car I saw behind me was a 27. I guess he got into me. You know, I'm so mad right now because I can't even get into a race for 20 laps without getting in a wreck. So, you know, we're just trying to be patient and run up front, and having problems doing it right now. But I mean, the guys are doing a good job. Cars are running great. Just got to stay on the tracks.
Jeff Gordon very disappointed today, but he is okay.
That's the most important thing. There's always the next race. Here is Kyle Petty taking a position away from Lake Speed. I believe that moves him into 7th position.
Yeah, Kyle's on the move. He's been picking off one just about every lap or so.
Some of our spotters are reporting that Ernie Irvin may have a little bit of an oil leak or a smoking problem someplace out there.
Here's the first of our Fram Field summary, showing you where your favorite driver is running just last lap.
There's a 4-car going in the corner. I looked as he went down the front straightaway, and it looks like I did see some smoke coming out of the left side of Ernie Irvin's car.
Not affecting the running, though, Benny.
Oh, it sure isn't.
John, what do you know about this situation?
Well, they are aware of the smoke. They're not quite sure what the problem may be. They are optimistic that all it is that they overfilled the transmission this morning, so we'll just have to wait and see.
That means as soon as it loses a little bit of the fluid, it will be okay. It'll stop smoking, if that is the problem. As soon as the fluids find their level, they will stop throwing the fluid out.
The attrition rate's been pretty high here early in the race.
Well, watching Ernie Irvin trying to pass Jimmy Spencer, the hometown favorite.
Kyle trying to take another position from the pole sitter, Kenny Schrader, out there by himself down on the inside, but could get the drafting partner down the long straightaway, so has to drop in behind Schrader and try it somewhere else.
Schrader 6th, Petty is 7th, and Lake Speed is 8th here in the early going. Lake Speed, of course, running a limited schedule this year, but he has turned in a fine qualifying performance here this weekend, qualifying for 11th starting position, and he has moved up now to 8th.
I started to mention there a moment ago that he had a great run at Charlotte, was running 3rd and came in and snapped the drive shaft or the rear gearing or something where the drive shaft goes into the rear gearing as they try to move around Schrader, and that cost him a good finish at Charlotte.
Kyle Petty to the inside of Schrader in turn 3. Now Lake Speed shoots inside and tries to pass Kenny.
He's trying to get on the inside of Schrader, trying. Did he?
Yes.
Looks like he did. Yeah, Charlotte, Ned was talking about what a great run he had, and he lost. Got in the corner, got a little bit out of shape. Now Schrader's going to try to take that spot back, and Morgan Shepherd's probably going to make it 3 abreast.
Meanwhile, up front, it's still Dale Earnhardt, Davey Allison, and Mark Martin. Davey Allison has no wins here at Pocono in 12 starts. His best finish was a 3rd. And of course, Dale Earnhardt has won here at Pocono. Never this race, but the July races, Mark Martin takes 2nd from Davey.
Davey didn't resist him too much. He saw that Mark got his nose up under him. He just let him go right on the end of that turn, take over the position. Caution is out.
Looks like it could be for Terry Labonte, who has brought his Kellogg's car down to the inside of the racetrack and going very slowly.
I see some smoke over the tunnel corner, so I assume that he lost an engine or some problem over the tunnel corner.
3rd caution of the race in the first 23 laps.
And I think we'll see pit stops coming up this time by the front runners. Now, about half of the field pitted on the last caution or on the last 2 cautions, but
we can see he's spun. He's made contact with the outside retaining wall Labonte has in the Kellogg's car.
He's put some damage on the right side of that car.
Sure has.
He brings it to a halt in his pit area. The crew is in no particular hurry to service it, so something is wrong with the car, and they go under the hood.
Yeah, they're not looking at the wreck part of it. They're looking under the hood, so apparently something went wrong with the engine.
Terry Labonte's best finish this year was at North Wilkesboro, where he was 6th. The field is slowed under caution. There's the pace truck on the left of your screen. Not a pace car here at Pocono, but a pace truck. And as you speculated, guys, pit stops are being made as those on the lead lap come in, including Earnhardt, Martin, Allison, Spencer, Irvin, Petty, Speed, Schrader, and others. Let's go to John Kernan.
Dale Earnhardt pulls the Goodrich Chevrolet in, stops right on his mark. It'll be a 4-tire change. They will not make any chassis adjustment. Earnhardt has said that the car is running great. You could tell earlier in this weekend that they were going to have a good weekend because Dale was smiling all the time. The team very, very relaxed. They're very, very confident. It will be 4 sticker tires. Left side's now going on. Mark Martin on the top of your screen now. Dale Earnhardt still down. Left side's off of Mark Martin. Earnhardt is down and away. Martin is still in, pitting down toward turn 1. Davey Allison is headed out down pit road. Mark Martin is down and out with a 4-tire change as everybody else heads down pit road. Mark Martin winning the race over Dale Earnhardt.
Scramble for position out of the pits. Looks like Davey won the battle out. I noticed that Ted Musgrave got out quickly, but he probably only took 2 tires now.
Yeah, I think that was the case. He only took on 2 tires.
Let's see if Labonte hit the wall here.
I guarantee he hit the wall.
Yeah, look at him way up high.
Yeah, he's up there rubbing the outside retaining wall as he goes in the corner.
And John Kernan has an update.
Well, the problem with the Kellogg's Cornflake Chevrolet is that the gas pedal has been sticking all the way down on the floor mat. Ned Benny, as both of you as former drivers can tell our viewers, that's something you don't need to happen here at this racetrack. Might be okay at Daytona or Talladega, but not here.
Well, we can see You understand why now that it's not very good, because you hit the wall when that happens.
Good crowd on hand here enjoying NASCAR Winston Cup racing at Pocono International Raceway. And we're glad that you could join us for our live coverage on this Sunday afternoon of the Champion Spark Plug 500. 23 laps have been completed. We'll be right back.
One to go.
All righty. Yeah.
Ernie Irvin.
Back in. Phil had a good pit stop.
Car. And looking on the rear of the car. So Brett didn't get the lap, did he?
Don't believe so, no.
Yes, sir, I'm fine, Dennis, thanks. Trevor Boys is leading the race, huh?
Beautiful day here at Pocono International Raceway for our live coverage. Tonight, however, the Formula One Grand Prix of Canada. Grand Prix's only visit to North America in 1993, and you'll see it at midnight here on ESPN as the battle between Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost tightens up. Senna leads 42 points and Prost has 37. Damon Hill, Michael Andretti, and others tonight at midnight.
I read Michael Andretti said he was looking forward to coming back someplace that he's raced before in a Formula One car. It'll be the first circuit he's went to he's raced before.
Green flag comes out. We are back to racing. And up front is Trevor Boys. How about that?
Yeah, James Hilton's car, the Rumpel Furniture car. Then he gets passed by Ted Musgrave. Musgrave, I think, only took on 2 tires. Michael Waltrip apparently did. He had a very good pit stop as well. And Musgrave was running good before the caution came out. Made a good pit stop. Pulling away a little bit right now.
Jasper Engines US Air Ford leads. Here's a good battle for third position as Kyle Petty has third. Back and forth is a battle between Mark Martin and Davey Allison. But look at Earnhardt come up beside Jimmy Spencer.
Well, Spencer opened the door, went in there just a little bit high, and Earnhardt took advantage of it, moved right down on the inside.
Here's though Mark Martin isn't getting across the tunnel corner. And look here, Earnhardt on the outside. Man, you got to be kidding me.
He said the car was working good.
He goes inside Spencer in the tunnel turn. He goes outside of Allison in turn 3, and he passes both cars.
Meanwhile, Mark is looking on the inside of Michael Waltrip's Pennzoil car. He makes the pass. Now Earnhardt will probably try to follow, and he does.
And Davey will jump up in there too, and Spencer. Michael caught out there on the outside. Several goes by.
Spencer's going to try Davey on the outside. I don't think so. Not in the tunnel corner, Jimmy.
Well, Davey will probably back off and let him do it. He did.
He did, thank goodness.
He said, that's Dad's car out there, Davey.
That's right. Schrader going, or looking inside at least of Allison. This is Sterling Marlin's car. That is Dale Jarrett just ahead. Dale Jarrett started back in 21st position, but as per usual, he has made a steady progress through the field now and is running, where, Benny?
I don't have a clue.
Well, he lost a little bit, 15th right now. He lost a little bit, he had moved up to 11th, and on that pit stop, he lost a few positions, but I think they made an adjustment on it.
We saw Sterling Marlin shift the car up into 1-to-1, a direct drive. As he went down in turn 1, he will shift the car back coming off the flat corner, about to start finish line, and go to an overdrive position.
Back up front, it is Kyle Petty and Mark Martin.
This is for the lead. Off the tunnel corner. Across the north straightaway.
No challenge for the position that time by Mark Martin. Meanwhile, it is Earnhardt who is sneaking up on this duo. There he is in third place.
Now about right there, they'll shift into overdrive and run all the way, the rest of the way down the straightaway when they get to turn one back into direct drive. Davey Allison tried to get on the inside of Ted Musgrave. He didn't quite make it. But Musgrave thought he was there, so he went in the corner a little bit high and gave Allison the run on the inside.
We probably need to talk about why they shift as we look at the serial on Kyle Petty, who started 8th and now was in first, but he's now second.
Because down this short straightaway, we told the people at the start of the show, the long con straightaway is what, 2,700 feet?
3,000.
3,000. The front straightaway is 3,700. So you turn so many more RPMs down the front straightaway. You see Derek Cole. He is in 1-to-1 in direct drive right now as he comes off the flat straightaway, turn 3 down the front straightaway towards the 3,720 feet. He's coming to the start-finish line, and pretty soon he'll drop the thing back in overdrive, so he doesn't turn too many RPMs down the front straightaway. About 200 or 300 RPMs is what the overdrive is doing for him.
There's such a variance in the RPMs here on this racetrack, and that's why they do that.
When Mark Martin passed Kyle Petty, it was our 8th lead change in the first 28 laps, and we've had 7 different leaders, and now Earnhardt is second, driving Kyle back to third. And Jimmy Spencer is turning in a beautiful performance here for the hometown crew gang.
I tell you what, I was over in Brewery, Pennsylvania Thursday night at Jimmy Spencer Day, and they filled the hall about 300. Oh man, Phil, back out of there, buddy.
Yeah, they started in there 3 wide, and you can't do it through that turn. It's tough enough for us to go 2 wide through that turn.
Dale Jarrett is right in the middle of things, as is Sterling Marlin. We'll watch from Sterling's vantage point in the Race Fans Unlimited in-car camera.
I don't know who's inside who.
Hard to tell. Jarrett was trying to go on the inside again, but couldn't make the pass. Phil Parsons up there making the pass. Phil having a good run here today in the Mannheim auction car.
Phil said this is the first time he's been here in 4 years, Dick. Looks like he's got people on the inside of him right now. Harry Gantz went by, Dale Jarrett's went by. And Jarrett's trying to get on the inside of Gant. Backed off a little bit, let Harry have the inside.
Marlin, meanwhile, goes inside of Ted Musgrave. Ted led the race for a while, but now has slipped back.
There's Marlin making the pass on Musgrave. Boy, he gets up on that outside, and I think the fact that he only took on 2 tires, if any, is beginning to show up here, Bob.
Yep. Bill Elliott is in this group. There's Rick Wilson, Ernie Irvin, and Rick Mast. And there's still smoke coming out of that 4 car, Benny.
Yes, he made a pit stop. They raised the hood. They looked under the car. John Kernan, what in the world did he find?
Benny, believe it or not, they didn't find anything. In fact, when the car left pit road, it was dry. Its pit stall was dry. There was no oil anywhere. They jacked it up, looked underneath, looked at the rear end to see if that's where the problem was. No, there was no fluid anywhere underneath the hood or in the car. Tony Glover says he doesn't know what the problem is.
Well, it's pretty obvious, though. There's smoke coming from that car. We can look back on it from the Bojangles machine.
But again, it is not affecting the running part of the car. Just a little bit of a leak somewhere, I guess. Look out the rear window. Derek Coates.
You see Ernie's car as he comes off the corner, he got in some ripples. That's why the car was going up and down on the left side so violently.
And look at Ernie Irvin, started 17th, and he moved to 7th and then 5th, but now he's back in 19th position.
He made a late pit stop while we were checking to see if they could find that leak, and that put him back in the pack. He's working his way back up, but it's a tough grind here.
And we hear the NASCAR is going to black flag him.
Basically, ends his day as any kind of chance of winning this thing.
Irvin ninth in the point standings coming in. 389 behind the leader, Dale Earnhardt.
Which is not an unsurmountable distance. It's tough when you're racing a guy like Dale Earnhardt, but still, it's certainly possible to get that.
See what happens here as he comes down the straightaway, and they have not black flagged him yet. They did not that time, so NASCAR has requested that Ernie come in, and since he did not that time, I would say that if he does it next time, he would then get the black flag.
Some of the crew have run to the truck. They're running to the truck to get a part to try to fix the car. They have, I think they have an idea of what's wrong, so they went to the truck and gone to the truck to get the part, and he will, as soon as they get the part, he will come in, they'll replace it.
Ernie has had 5 DNFs during the season, the 3 top 5s in the last 4 races. He won Talladega, was 2nd at Sonoma, 5th at Charlotte, and 32nd at Dover.
The flagman has the black flag in hand. Mike Chapin has the black flag, but Ernie is going to the pits.
Looks like apparently the power steering line on this car is what needs to be replaced. John Kernan, is that your assessment?
Baba, we've been told, is an oil line. They had sent someone back to the truck to get it. They had asked NASCAR to let him stay out one more lap. NASCAR said no. So Tony Glover tells Ernie to shut the engine down. They will lift the hood and go to work. They will start cleaning around the valve covers, and looking around now, you can see the source of that smoke over on the right side of the engine. You can see smoke boiling off of the header pipes on that side. So the team will go to work and try and fix this problem for Ernie Irvin.
And Kyle Petty has taken the lead from Mark Martin. Kyle Petty passed Dale Earnhardt, and Ned, we haven't seen anybody pass Earnhardt in the last month, have we?
That's the truth. He hasn't been passed many times, but Kyle Petty has done it here today.
Kyle moves from 3rd to 1st and leaves Mark Martin and Earnhardt and Spencer and Allison in his wake. Now Earnhardt looks to the inside of Mark Martin and takes 2nd away.
Martin goes up the racetrack, so Jimmy Spencer going to follow, take over the 3rd spot. Here comes Davey Allison. While they've got Martin on the outside, they might as well make the most of it.
Yeah, you just can't get traction when you get up there, and you got to sort of soft pedal the accelerator, and as a result, they go by around the inside.
And John Kernan now has a report on Dale Earnhardt.
Dale Earnhardt has been complaining that his car is just a little bit tight off of turn 1 and turn number 3. But Richard Childress and the crew, Andy Petrie, told him not to worry about it. They put on 4 sticker tires 11 laps ago. Pretty soon, with the fuel will be used up, the car won't weigh nearly as much, the tires will get a little bit slicker, and he will be okay.
Kyle Petty leads over Dale Earnhardt, Jimmy Spencer, Davey Allison, and Mark Martin with 36 laps completed here at Pocono. Love tub. Okay.
Road's slowing down.
Holy cow, he's...
Yeah.
This area of the country, the Pocono Mountains, is the honeymoon capital of the world and the island of love. At Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania, just down the road from the Speedway, has, look at this, a champagne glass bathtub and a heart-shaped bed and a heart-shaped hot tub. Paradise Dream, one of the Caesars resorts here in northeastern Pennsylvania. What a way to spend your honeymoon, huh, Benny?
Or your 25th wedding anniversary. You and Pam just celebrated your 25th. Did you come up here to this a little early?
No. We
were in a heart-shaped bathtub.
We were back home in Indiana last weekend for our 25th, but thank you anyway for the mention. Kyle Petty is checking out, isn't he?
He's gone. He said that Jimmy Spencer has passed Dale Earnhardt to take over that second spot. There's Kyle Petty.
Here's Kyle lapping 29 cars.
Kerry Teague has a sign on that car saying good luck and hello to Frog Fagan. And Frog, we want to say hello to you and wish you the best, buddy. We understand that he has an illness now that doesn't look good for him.
First and second running by themselves back here in third. That's the closest battle on the racetrack between Earnhardt and Allison, with Schrader, Martin not too far behind.
Is that Jimmy Hensley?
That is Jimmy Hensley.
He's got a great run going today.
Yep, he's 7.
Jeff Bodine drove his car Saturday morning. His number 7 car. That's the car we're seeing right there. Jeff Bodine, I think everyone realizes, bought this team, the Kowicki team, and will race the car next year. He drove the car because Jimmy Hensley went to his daughter's graduation, high school graduation. They wanted the car shook down, and that's Jeff Bodine, the guy who's going to drive it next year.
That makes sense.
Here's a driver snapshot on Hensley. Started 18th, currently 7th. That's the highest he has been. The lowest he has been is 24th on lap number 1, and he has not been among the 7 that have led a lap.
This team won this race last year with Alan Kowicki driving the car on their way to the Winston Cup Championship. As we watch Hensley going down the back straightaway, the Long Pond straightaway, we see Trevor Boyd's car being pushed to the garage area.
And there is the leader, Kyle Petty, and the interval he has on Jimmy Spencer in second, and then this 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Jerry Punch has a comment on the leader of this race, Kyle Petty.
And Bob Kyle told Robert Pemberton and the crew, and he realizes this race here, 200 laps, 500 miles, it's a long afternoon at Pocono, so they're going to pace themselves. And it's not that he has gotten quicker, he's actually running the same pace he ran in the early laps. He's running a lap at 50, that time by 57.43 seconds, about 57.5 seconds. Everyone else has slowed down, and Kyle has maintained the consistency. He said, if we can just go out there and be consistent, we can win it.
We saw Kyle pass Terry Labonte, who is back out there in the Kellogg Chevrolet.
Here's the snapshot on Kyle. Started 8th, is the leader. His lowest was 13th on lap 1, and he has led 9 laps so far. Ernie Irvin is back on the racetrack. He was 5 minutes 43 seconds in the pits and lost 7 laps.
Kyle's car is running so well.
Car is really handling, sticking right down on the inside.
Looks like, again, the best battle on the racetrack is back here for 3rd. Allison to the inside of Earnhardt.
Either that set of tires they put on Earnhardt's car is not working as good as earlier, or maybe the track has changed a little bit. Here's Schrader trying to pass both of them.
And he doesn't. Maybe anyway.
Maybe at least, yeah.
That battle about 3 seconds behind Kyle Petty. 5 cars nose to tail.
That is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Now Schrader looks inside of Earnhardt again, going into the 3rd turn. Only 3 turns on this course. Earnhardt's way up high.
He gave Schrader the bottom of the racetrack and was able to make pretty good time on the top side, but they got a line of cars on the inside trying to grab by Earnhardt. Looks like Schrader's going to make it. Now where they're going to fall in down there? I have no idea.
Well, we're soon going to find out. Schrader has taken the spot away from Dale. Allison gets by, but just barely. But Earnhardt is strong up there on that outside line.
Well, he's as strong as you can expect to be up there. It still is not the preferred group. Here's Jimmy Hensley trying to make a move on the inside. He said, nope, this is not the time to do it. Let's say he's losing positions by being up there on the outside, so that's not the place to be. But if the car is not working down on the inside, you try to pick a place on the racetrack where it will work.
Earnhardt is back to 6th. Jerry, are we hearing about some possible problems on Davey Allison's car?
Bob, no, actually not his car. Davey has radioed and told Larry McReynolds and the crew that he has a windshield full of oil. He said, I cannot see anything. He said, it's hard to see out here. You know, in the turns, much less than 170 miles an hour on the straightaway. He's going to follow Kenny Schrader for a while. He was going to follow Kenny Schrader for a while, but I guess he changed his mind as they headed for turn 1.
He goes inside of Kenny and makes the pass.
I don't know who in that lead group would be losing oil that would cover his windshield up. Because I haven't, these cars have not been around Ernie Irvin. Irvin has went in the pits, has gone in the pits, and has cured his problem.
Currently 30 cars are on the lead lap out of 40 that started this race. And we're almost a fourth of the way through. The record for number of cars on the lead laps, 22 in June of '90, and Jimmy Hensley passes Earnhardt. And John Kernan, the 3 car, continues to slip backward.
You're exactly right, Bob. It is a handling problem. Earnhardt telling them, Richard Childers and Andy Petrie, the car is really going away. He had been complaining of the car being very, very tight, especially as he came off of the corners. They're about 10 to 12 laps away from their next scheduled pit stops, so Dale will just have to hold on. They'll come in and take on 4 new Goodyear Eagles and also make a chassis adjustment. That coming up in about 10 to 12 laps.
Meanwhile, Earnhardt has fallen back to 7th position. Now ahead of him are Jimmy Hensley and Mark Martin, Schrader, and Allison. Allison started 7th, was 3rd, 2nd, 5th, and now runs in 3rd position.
Tell you what, Davey Allison, he and his whole family last night actually were the recipient of an award, the Bill France Award of Excellence that Pocono gives annually. Last night they gave it to the Allison family, and I tell you what, it was a very special moment last night.
It really was a very moving time and a very deserved award.
Kyle Petty leads, followed by Jimmy Spencer, then Allison, Schrader, and the others. We'll be back with more live coverage from Pocono International Raceway.
He's been steadily, the only 2 cars that are faster are Kyle and Spencer. They're not. They're a little bit. Occasionally. I just keep tabs of those that are moving up. I said Rudd had slowed down there a while ago. I don't know, he got a little bit sideways, I think, and dropped back, but he's still running up to speed. The car's not handling too good. But Jared and Gant are coming up to that. Gant has been following Dale right through the traffic.
He might report on the Kyle Petty car, just signed a new 6-year contract with Coca-Cola.
Yep.
Color yellow is sponsor.
I'm doing fine, thank you. Okay. ESPN Speed World today is live at Pocono International Raceway. And here's the interval leaderboard. Kyle Petty has a 2.8 second lead on Jimmy Spencer, a 6.4 second lead on Davey Allison, 7.9 on Schrader, and 8.1 on the 5th place Mark Martin. The leader is Kyle Petty from Randleman, North Carolina. Kyle just got back from a very interesting motorcycle trip. You know, they're celebrating the 90th anniversary of Harley Davidson this weekend. And he began in Charlotte on June the 3rd, and it all ended here at Pocono. But in the meantime, they went to New York City and Portland, Maine, and Loudon, New Hampshire. And it's really interesting to hear him talk about what happened on that trip, especially in New York City when they encountered some people wearing their tuxedos while they were climbing off their Harleys. It was really interesting.
With their blue jeans and holes in the knees.
Right. And there is Jimmy Spencer, and boy, what a run he is turning in second position. He's 12th in the points. His best finish of 93 was a second at Talladega. There he is, and whoa!
He didn't do that one just exactly right, did he?
A little slippage there, huh?
So better be more careful than that.
And back of Jimmy is this threesome.
That's a race for 4th spot. Davey Allison is in 3rd, Mark Martin 4th, Schrader's 5th, and Hensley is 6th. And Harry Gant's going by Dale Earnhardt.
Dale Jarrett just passed him in turn 1, and Gant now moving around, so Earnhardt is sort of going backwards. Car just not handling for him.
And the handling has gone away. Earnhardt was very strong in the early going, but now has fallen all the way back to what, about 9th? Harry Gant started 26th, fell to 27th, but at that point on lap 10, he began a progression toward the front and is now in the 8th position at the end of 49 laps. Boy, a lot of speculation as to what Harry Gant is going to do next year. Some say that this is his final year. He's going to retire.
I don't believe that.
I don't either.
No, I believe that he'll stay at least one more year. In fact, he's got a contract for a year, but that doesn't mean that he couldn't quit. But
there's Dale Jarrett. He and Harry Gant, we're talking about Harry Gant, but Dale Jarrett's in front of him. These fellows run together. They have run down this pack of cars, Hensley, Schrader, and Mark Martin.
Benny, they were about 7 seconds behind this pack of cars at one time, and now they have caught him.
Dale Jarrett did not qualify very well, Ned. Started in 21st position, qualifying at 159, about 3 miles an hour off the pole-setting pace. Why qualify poorly and have such a good race day setup?
I don't know, somebody said the other day, said, what happened to Dale? Said he qualified so slow. I said, hey, that was a good qualifying run. He qualified 21st. He'd been qualifying 32nd. He did twice in a row and 29th last week at Dover. But I don't know, they just don't have a good qualifying package, but they do have a good race setup. And I guess that's the most important. If you got to have one and not the other,
absolutely,
the race setup would be the one.
Now here he is taking the spot away from Jimmy Hensley.
And looks like he's trying to take a spot away from Schrader. Making 3 abreast.
Dave Marcus will back out of that.
Does Schrader know he's there?
No.
I don't think
Schrader
he did.
drove right on down in there.
Dale Jarrett has 4 top 5s in the last 5 races. That has moved him to 3rd in the point standings.
Ernie Irvin is back on pit road again in the Kodak Film Chevrolet.
There's Dale's serial, 24th to 14th to 11th, ran there for a few laps and now has moved to 6th position.
Going right by Schrader. They're trying to go by Schrader.
That'll be for 5th. Yeah,
we anticipate,
right on through.
We anticipate pit stops here in about, well, 5-6 laps, something like that, and the activity should be very interesting and busy on pit road. We want to make sure that we cover those pit stops for you. So in the meantime, we'll take a break and be back with more from Pocono in a moment. Kyle Petty leads after 54 laps. Jimmy Spencer is second, followed by Davey Allison, Mark Martin, and Dale Jarrett. And just as we were throwing that up, Dale Jarrett passed Mark Martin, and so moved Dale up to fourth. 6 through 10, Gant, Schrader, Hensley, Marlin, and Dale Earnhardt. Pit stop should be occurring here shortly as Kyle Petty continues to lead. Kyle has not broken into the winner's circle yet in 1993, but he sure is strong here today.
Tell you what, this is a racetrack that you certainly do not want to run out of fuel. Because if you run out of fuel about right there, you're not going to make it back to the pit. You literally cannot coast the 2.5 miles back to the pit. You'll stop somewhere on the course.
Here is Davey Allison in third. Here's another Fram Field summary for you.
We can see that Dale Jarrett has passed Mark Martin at 4th spot.
And so Harry Gant has passed Mark Martin as well. Harry has moved into 5th.
Darrell Waltrip running in 15th. Ted Musgrave was one of our 7 leaders. He's back to 17th.
All these cars in the lead lap. Rick Wilson coming down pit road right now in the SDP Pontiac. You can see there are 26 cars in the lead lap.
And we hear that Dale Earnhardt may be coming in this time. Dick Trickle is out of the race, so is Trevor Boys. And, of course, Jeff Gordon is out because of his accident. We're still trying to get that car fixed and may be out there later. Here is Dale Earnhardt's pit board.
Harry Gant just passed Dale Jarrett on the racetrack. Let's see if Earnhardt's coming in.
Nope.
Nope. Do one more lap.
It probably would be wise for Earnhardt to pit now because you can see that he's lost the drafted partners. He would probably be losing ground to the in front of him, so now would be a perfect time to pit.
He's about 17 seconds behind the leader, Petty.
Rick Mast is in, Bill Elliott is in, Ted Musgrave are all in for pit stops.
And we can see Harry Gant, Skull Bandit. Battery Chevy.
Davey Allison in turn 3. Let's see if he pits. Yes, he will. Davey Allison brings the Haviland Ford in. Jerry, he's a bit of a distance from you, but headed your way.
And about 7/10 of a mile away up pit road. The speed is 70 miles per hour. He pitted 35 laps ago. A scheduled pit stop for Davey Allison, who's never won here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. Remember last July, the horrible barrel rolling crash? He has not had good luck here. One of the priorities, remember, is cleaning that windshield that Davey said he could not see out of. They are scrubbing the windshield while the routine pit work continues. Right side tires, now left side tires going on the Haviland Ford Thunderbird. Windshield literally being scrubbed, and it is covered with oil. Dale Earnhardt, 19.3 seconds. Let's go to John Kernan. John?
Jerry, right side's already on, left's going on. They've taken around a wedge out of the left rear, trying to loosen that car up a little bit for Dale Earnhardt as he heads down pit road. The car really went away for him. Now let's go back to Kyle Petty's pit and Jerry Punch.
And Robin Pemberton, the crew, waiting on Kyle Petty, the lead car, mellow yellow Pontiac, coming down pit road very deliberately. No mistakes. Kyle being very deliberate, being reminded that the speed limit is 70 miles per hour. Now Robin Pemberton, John Dotson, and the crew go to work. Remember a year ago, excellent pit stops. Here's where it all began. Kyle Petty, time and again, his crew beating others out of the pits, gave Kyle a chance at victory. Left side tires now already coming off. Fresh Goodyear rubber going on. They have fueled the car. Kyle pitting right in front of Jimmy Spencer, and he has gone away at 19.1 seconds. Jimmy Spencer now getting left side tires in the Meineke Ford Thunderbird. As the work has been completed there, he is out of the way. Spencer also having a good pit stop, less than 20 seconds for 4 tires.
Now Dale Jarrett has taken over the lead I'm sure to get 5 bonus points, he stayed out there.
He must have heard our open, Ned. Of course, he's aware of the fact that he has not picked up as many bonus points as Dale Earnhardt. Dale Jarrett is coming in. John Kernan will be there when Dale brings the interstate batteries to a halt.
Earlier on, we told you that he was experiencing a hesitation, something wrong with the carburetor as they came out of turn 3. Jimmy Maycar says that is still a problem, but the car has been handling just so well that Dale has been able to drive and actually move up through the field. It will be a 4-tire change. Right side's already on. They swing around to the left side. Dale Jarrett already having a cold drink. Second can of gasoline going in. Hutch Strickland now comes on to pit road. With the ratchet on the left rear still on the car. Dale Jarrett is down and away 19.4 seconds.
And Hutch Strickland came in for the second time, John. He was in just a lap or two ago.
What happened, Ned, is they made a chassis adjustment on the left rear. They left the ratchet stuck down inside. They had to pull that out.
So a good pit stop for Dale Jarrett. He moves back out there, and so does Hutch Strickland.
Well, Hutch Strickland is almost lapped now. We can see Dale Jarrett, once this thing gets shook out, he will need to stay in front of Dale Jarrett, whoever the leader may be.
Yeah, Kyle Petty. Ricky Rudd is the leader now, but he's coming into the pits. So he stayed out there quite a while. But I think when it all shakes out, the Kyle Petty will still be the leader once everybody's made their pit stops.
Yes, I believe you're right. There's Rudd, the leader, as Ned said, and also Morgan Shepherd, the Citgo Ford.
Here's Jerry.
And Ricky Rudd brings the Tide Chevrolet to a halt. Remember the engine troubles they've had all weekend. They had their third engine in this morning, and Ricky had complained that the car is very, very loose. They thought they might have had a tire going down, a right rear tire, so I'm sure Ricky will welcome this pit stop. He has been manhandling this Tide Chevrolet, and I mean, I don't believe you can have any more bad luck than Ricky Rudd has had here in 1993. Rudd's now getting left side tires. Gary Dehart, Eddie Dickinson, and the crew working on the car, and he is down and away.
Ricky Rudd led a lap, and that was the first lap that he has led all year, his first since Dover in September of last year. John, what's the update on Dale Earnhardt?
Well, the right front tire was worn down just a little bit more than what they would like, so they advised him to try and take it easy on the right front. Now, also, when he pulled away from the pit stall, guys, there was a little drop of oil under the race car. They think they may have a slight oil leak. They're hoping that they possibly just overfilled the oil tank just a little bit, and there will be no problem. We haven't seen any smoke coming from the car. There haven't been any reports of that, but they're being very, very careful right now and cautious, looking to see if there is smoke from the car.
So we will watch for that, and you guys were right. All has shaken out, and Kyle Petty is back up front and leading the champion Sparkplug 500. From Pocono, we'll be back with our live coverage in the morning.
There again, missed his pit when he went in and cost him some time.
He's still in good shape.
He's still in pretty good shape. Missed his pit.
Jeff Gordon is back out there again.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that.
We need to give a rundown after the pit stop. I mean, we need to establish what's happened after the pit stop. I mean, Davey Allison took over second from Spencer, and on down the line.
Whoops. Here are the top 10 in the 200 lap champion Sparkplug 500. Kyle Petty, Davey Allison, Jimmy Spencer, Sterling Marlin, and Dale Jarrett. In 6th position is Harry Gant, then Dale Earnhardt, Jimmy Hensley, Mark Martin, and Ken Schrader. Now for you Jeff Gordon fans, he is back out on the racetrack after repairs from his early crash that took 46 minutes and 32 seconds.
Well, Bob, just as soon as you say that Jeff is out there, he has just pulled behind the wall going into the garage area. The steering is not correct, so they still have a little bit more work to do on the 24 car before Jeff can return to the racetrack.
All right.
I'll tell you what, Sterling Marlin is in 4th spot.
That's what it said.
He started 32nd. There he is, right in front of Dale Jarrett. He started 32nd.
He made an awfully good pit stop.
Kenny Wilson and those guys did make a great pit stop. Here's lake speed.
We're letting you pick out your favorite driver as he comes off of corner number 2 here. Gansolo doing all right too.
Yeah, he and Dale Jarrett have run together since really their yellow flag pit stop. Gant was in front of Jarrett on this green flag pit stop. Jarrett passed him a couple of laps ago, but they just hooked back up again together. Seem to work well together.
They're running 5th and 6th.
4th and 5th, I believe. They passed Sterling Marlin.
Okay.
Yep.
Just when I talked about Sterling, he got passed. I'm trying to do that anymore.
Well, maybe he only took on 2 tires. I don't know what the deal was, but he did certainly move up a lot on that pit stop.
There's Earnhardt running right beside who? Hut?
Strickland, yes. Hut's now a lap down, having come back in for that wrench being stuck up in the left rear of the car. Martin is closing up right on the back bumper of Sterling Marlin.
Here's Marlin's statistics. Started 32nd, quickly moved to 19th by lap 25, and now on the 65th lap, he is still in 6th. But Mark Martin is trying to wrestle that position away from him.
And he had been as high as 4th. Gant and Jarrett passed him.
Martin ducks down to the inside. Thought he had a run on Sterling Marlin in May. Now, looks like he's got some horsepower.
He does. Now he gets him going into the corner. Look at this. Davey Allison, 8.3 seconds behind Kyle Petty. Spencer is 10.1, Jarrett 17.8, and Gant 18.3.
So Kyle Petty is going off in the sunset.
Sure
He's
is.
checking out.
He is out of here.
And you know, at Charlotte, during the Coca-Cola 600, they announced that Felix Sabates, Kyle Petty signed a 6-year contract with Mellow Yellow with Coca-Cola. So evidently, they're doing a good job for Mellow Yellow, for them to step up to the plate for a 6-year sponsorship, and they're talking about $25–30 million.
Yeah, the figure that's going around the garage area, there was $31 million. Boy, how would you like to have had that kind of a security figure when you were driving a race car?
I would never know how to act.
There's Davey Allison in 2nd spot.
And there's Kyle Petty later. Where's Davey? Well, he's 8 seconds, 8.35 behind, and that's
There he is.
how much it is.
Way up there on top of the screen.
Looks like Spencer might be gaining a little bit on Davey.
Yep, the way it is.
4 cars between 1st and 2nd, and then Jimmy Spencer right behind Davey Allison.
That's Greg Sachs in the Country Time Ford following Spencer.
Martin.
And
Mark
here comes
Martin now.
Jarrett and Martin.
And Martin has been on the move. He's going to be on the inside. He'll take the 4th position away. Dale's not going to fight him too much. In fact, he'd like to hook up with him and draft with him.
And Sterling Marlin must have changed 4 tires, Ned, because he's still hanging in there pretty tough with his group of cars. There again, trying to get by Dale Jarrett.
Yeah, when Jarrett went high back there, when Martin got by, we've seen that happen several times, and that opened the door for Gant, so he moves right on around. Martin pulled away from him while they were doing that. So if they were hoping to hook up with him to the draft, they better hurry.
They better hook up and catch it.
That's right.
This is another racetrack where the cars, when they run side by side, slow down dramatically.
There's Jimmy Hensley, who is on the inside of Hut Strickland, a lap down, and right behind Jimmy, there's Bobby Labonte, Kenny Schrader, Morgan Shepherd, comes Lake Speed.
Oregon running in 11th place. Rader was 10th. Lake Speed is currently being shown 12th.
Ted Musgrave, Darrell Walter, Ricky Rudd, Bill Elliott, Wally Dallenbach, Rick Wilson. By the way, Wade Thornburg, I know you're back in Randleman watching the show. We're praying for you, buddy.
We sure are. Get well quick and get out here and back to the racetrack. And there's a leader once again coming down to complete lap number 68.
I haven't seen Felix. Has he been around yet, or is he watching on TV today?
I don't know. I didn't see him in the garage area. Felix Sabatas, of course, owns the Kyle Petty car. Here's Earnhardt racing with Jimmy Hensley.
He has just caught Hensley, right? Was it Hensley?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
By the way, the interval from first to second is shrinking too, but because now it's only about a 7.5 second. Petty enjoys over Allison.
Earnhardt isn't getting off that turn one the way he was earlier in the race. Remember how he ducked under Kenny Schrader and took the lead?
Yep.
This time Hensley beat him off that corner. So evidently that pushing problem still hasn't been corrected on the 3 car, the Goodrich Chevrolet.
Yeah, that first set of tires he had on, he passed low. He go on the outside path. We were talking about how the car was handled, but that has gone away now.
Turn 3, bank 6 degrees. Ricky Rudd. Rudd is going across the short chute, north straightaway, coming into turn 3.
Being shown in 15th position.
He'll be leaving that team next year.
But what's he going to do?
He won't tell anyone.
I think he's going to start his own team.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty.
So we're going to have Jeff Bodine, and we may have Ricky Rudd forming their own teams.
Brad Bodine won't start his own team.
Must be good money in that. Huh?
Evidently there is.
Well, they've seen what Alan Kowicki has done over the years, and I'm sure that they've looked at what Alan did and said, hey, that worked for him. Ted Musgrave, an unscheduled pit stop with a flat tire. The Jasper Engines US Air Ford.
Well, how about Darrell Waltrip? How's he been doing? Well, he started 34th. Currently, he's 14th. He was as high as 7th on the 59th lap. And of course, the lowest that he has been was his starting position on lap number 1. Darrell Waltrip, who has won 4 times here at Pocono. He and Bill Elliott, among the active drivers, are tied for most wins at this racetrack. Darrell, however, has only won this race once. That was in 1991. Other victories have come last year in the Miller Genuine Draft 500, the July race, and also in 78 and 81.
Ricky Rudd and Darrell hooking up in a little bit of a draft there.
There's Kyle Petty in the mellow yellow Pontiac, who continues to lead the Champion Spark Plug 500 here at Pocono. Back in a moment.
Hey guys, you're talking about Brett Bodine. He told me this morning that he's not 100% sure that he's going to start his own team. In fact, he and Kenny Bernstein are still talking, and he told Kenny that he would let him know by mid-July whether or not he was going to go out and form his own team or if he was going to re-sign with Kenny. But what Brett's thing is now, he's got to get the money, the backing. So that's the way it stands right now. He says he's got the money to start the team, but not to operate it.
Okay. Okay.
No, you guys were talking about Brett.
Alrighty.
So I just wanted to pass it along because he just told me that today.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
We ought to go back to John for that.
Jerry is? Okay. All right.
I can do the Ford decal thing if you want to, the anniversary. I said I can do the Ford decal thing if you want me to.
Yeah.
ESPN Speed World coverage is being brought to you by Goodyear, #1 in tires. By Smooth Bush Beer and Easy Drinking Bush Light, Bush, the official beer of NASCAR. And by Raybestos, the best in brakes. Now the interval leaderboard here at the Champion Sparkplug 500, an 8.6 second lead for Kyle Petty over Davey Allison, 11.7 over Jimmy Spencer, 17.68 seconds over Mark Martin, and Harry Gant is 19.06 seconds back in 5th spot.
So the lead on Davey Allison is about the same as the last time we went. Wasn't it 8:35 the last time we went to break? So
it closed in at one point, probably because of traffic, but it's been pretty stable there for the past few laps.
Must be boring for Kyle Petty, just riding around by himself.
Boy, I'm sure he'd like to be out there slugging it out with somebody.
No,
boring for Davey, too.
No, he likes where he's at. I'll guarantee you. He loves it.
Davey's all by himself, too. Well, Jerry Punch has a report for us on pit road. Jerry?
If you notice from watching at home, fans, or many of us here saw a different decal on some of the cars than you've ever seen before. It's actually a birthday decal. Let me show you what I'm talking about. On the rear bumper of each of the Fords in this race today, as well as the Indy cars at Detroit and the Formula One cars at Montreal, they will carry Happy Birthday Ford Motor Company. 90th anniversary. That's next Wednesday, June 16, 1903. 90 years ago, Henry Ford had an idea that it just might work. One of those better ideas, and apparently it has, as they carry this decal here today at Pocono, Pennsylvania. We might also mention that NASCAR has told all the crews they are now allowed one extra man over the wall to service the windshield. A lot of drivers complaining that there has been some oil and debris on the windshield, and in a move in safety, NASCAR will allow an extra man to clean that off. Bob?
Benny, what was it like back in 1903 when they invented the Ford?
Oh, man. That was 90 years ago.
Oh.
So it's a 90th anniversary.
You're not that old, huh?
Not that old.
Here comes Kyle, and you see up at the top of your screen, second place, Davey Allison, and there's Jimmy Spencer.
Now, it didn't look like it was that far behind, but it is quite a distance.
Michael Waltrip comes in for a pit stop. He was in 22nd position, lap down, and all of a sudden, off of corner number 3, he decided to turn left and head for the pits. So he makes the sliding stop there in the Pennzoil Pontiac, and they go to work on the right side. John?
They will change right side tires. He thinks he has an equalized tire. He felt a very bad vibration, so the crew changes the right side tires. They come around to the left side. Not quite sure which tire it is. They will go to work. There will be a 4-tire change for Michael Waltrip.
22.2 seconds, and he's underway again.
And you can see an unscheduled pit stop that it cost the crew about 3 seconds, just not having time to prepare for Michael to come down pit road. Normally that pit stop would be 18, 19 seconds.
There goes the leader around him as Michael gets the car up to speed. So he loses another lap. The best Pontiac finish was second. Michael Waltrip in 88 and Rusty Wallace in 90 for this particular event.
Yeah, of course, Rusty Wallace has won here in a Pontiac, but
the second race. Yep, July race. And these two races here at Pocono are separated by just a little over a month. The series will come back here in the middle of July for the other event. We're looking for the third place car. There he is behind
Kenny Wallace, the Dirt Devil Pontiac.
Jimmy Spencer running in third place.
Having a great run here in the Bobby Allison Motorsports 90th Muffler Ford.
Bobby Allison will get back behind the wheel of a race car for the first time since his accident here at Pocono 5 years ago, next Saturday night in the Bassmaster Series that debuts here on ESPN. Here comes Mark Martin, followed by Harry Gant. Cram field summary for you.
I hate to tell you this, guys, but Jimmy Spencer is off the pace.
Is he really?
Well, he was just behind the 40 car a little bit ago, and the 40 car is outrunning him, so something has happened. I don't know exactly what it is.
Mark Martin is moving in on him, that's for sure. We'll check on it while we look at the field summary. You can see there were 20 cars in the lead lap. Michael Waltrip, 22nd. Of course, he's gone another lap down with that pit stop just made a lap or two ago. See Terry Labate there. He's 16 laps down, but he is still out there running. So is Ernie Irvin, who continues to have problems in the Kodak Coon Chevrolet.
Still trying to fix Jeff Gordon's car to get him back out there. Half a lap back from the leader is Darrell Waltrip, Ricky Rudd, and Lake Speed.
Well, 13th and 14th as they go by Kerry Teague. Now Insurance Chevrolet.
Going down the front straightaway here, doing a nice job of drafting, not trying to pass each other or anything. They're just content to run in that line, maybe a little bit faster, because Benny said earlier when they start passing, it costs them a lot of time.
Rick Mass making a pit stop. Gold Classic, I'm sure this is a scheduled stop for him.
Here's Bill Elliott, and Bill is in 15th position. He's on the lead lap. Boy, what a disappointing season Bill has experienced so far in 1993.
Has only finished in the lead lap one time.
A year ago at this time, Elliott was third in the point standings, and coming into today's race, he is 18th. He has not led a lap in 93, no poles, no wins, no top fives.
On the bottom of the racetrack fairly well as Kyle Petty continues to lead, and we can see how his car is right on the bottom of there. It seems like when you go to a racetrack that the groove is on the bottom, right on the bottom of the racetrack, and his car just excels.
It really does. They have that Pontiac set up where it'll stick right down on the inside.
As we watch Kyle Petty go down the Long Pond straightaway, Ernie Irvin, I think, has called it quits for the day. He pulled his car into the garage area.
Well, we expect another pit stop by Kyle Petty on about lap 93, one for Allison on 91, and Spencer about lap 93. And we are now at lap number 81. 81 out of 200 have been completed.
Kyle coming up on Phil Parsons there to put a lap on him before too long.
Jimmy Means, car number 52.
Jimmy have Davey Allison and Wally Dolan back.
Jimmy Means in the 30th spot. Allison's our second place car. And we can see that Mark Martin has passed Jimmy Spencer to the third spot.
And Harry Gant is about to pass Jimmy Spencer.
Well, Jerry, Benny mentioned a while ago that car is not as fast as it was a few laps ago. Have you been able to talk to anybody and find out what's wrong?
I spoke with Jimmy Finning, who's now talking with Bobby Allison, the car owner. Apparently, the car is extremely loose, and Spencer just has his hands full trying to hang on. They're about, as he said a minute ago, Bob, they're about 9 laps away from their scheduled pit stop. If they were to get a caution flag, they certainly wouldn't gripe at all down here, but they can hold on for 9 more laps and not take a chance on losing the car and damaging it and come in. They will make a serious adjustment, I have been told, on that Meineke Ford.
Serious chassis adjustment.
Yeah. Dale Jarrett coming up right behind Spencer. He's going to take over that position in just a little bit.
Meanwhile, these 3 cars still running in formation, just like they were a little bit earlier.
No passing going on here, but they're running close together.
And that's smart, really. There's not that much difference in those cars, so why pass him and lose a couple of seconds a lap when you make that pass? Just sit there and run. Now, if your car was a whole lot faster, yeah, go ahead and pass it. I don't think that's the case here.
Out in front by himself at the moment is Kyle Petty from Randolph, North Carolina in the mellow yellow Pontiac. Back after this.
guys passed Darrell.
Did they? Yeah. When I said there was no point in doing it.
Both of them did.
Bodine's about to
That's Bodine.
I was just looking. I didn't.
No.
No, he's just about to go a lap down.
That'll put the. Uh-oh.
Back at Pocono, Pennsylvania, it has not been a good day for the Valvoline Ford driver, Mark Martin. He now sits on pit road. The car coasting down slowly, came to a rest. He pulls the steering wheel off, throws it up on the dash, is now ripping part of the helmet away as the caution is being shown to the field. A lot of smoke came from beneath this Ford Thunderbird, and the caution is on the racetrack due to oil on the racetrack. And now they will begin to push Mark back around behind the wall. Tough break for the Batesville, Arkansas driver.
He was in 5th position when the problem developed, and now, as you indicated, the 4th caution flag of the afternoon flies over this racetrack. And it comes at a pretty good time because they were within 2, 3, 4 laps of a regularly scheduled pit stop, so we'll see a lot of activity on pit road.
Yeah, and there were a lot of cars that were about to go a lap down. And here's Phil Parsons coming, trying to get a lap down, but get a lap back, but he won't do it. Here's the leader coming through the line. Jeff Bodine was just about to be lapped, but he managed to stay out in front of Kyle Petty, so he'll stay in the lead lap. Jeff currently being shown in the 17th position.
That completes lap number 86, and Kyle Petty, his lap, led 53 of those laps.
He's on his way to get 5 bonus points for leading the most laps, isn't he?
Sure is trying. So the field now will be picked up by the pace truck as it will enter the racetrack on the north straightaway.
Normally the pace truck would pick them up as you go in turn 1, but here at Pocono they pick them up coming off the tunnel corner and also let them do the restarts. There he comes.
There he is. Still the same driver. Elmo Langley's behind the wheel.
He don't care if it's a truck or a car or whatever. Elmo
can drive it.
Yes, sir.
He's another one of the drivers that will be participating in the Fastmasters Series next Saturday night, and Benny will also be on the 26th, a week from this coming Saturday night.
Good luck, BP.
I hope so.
I have that back problem, you know, not that yellow streak.
I understand. Yeah, we'd love for you to be in it, Dad, but the back is more important. Now that the pack has been formed by the pace car, the pits are open, and here they come. Those on the lead lap are coming in. Jerry, we'll go to you first as Kyle leads Davey and others down.
And it's a Kyle Petty parade down pit road here at Pocono, about 4 laps shy of what would have been their scheduled pit stop. Again, the caution flag for Mark Martin's blown engine. He has pulled the Valvoline car behind the wall. And as you watch the pit stop, the 42 on the top of your screen, Davey Allison in the car number 28 on the bottom. Cleaning the windshield, a very important part of a crew member's job here as they change right side tires on Kyle Petty's car. Likewise, they are going to service the Davey Allison Haviland Ford Thunderbird. Now, left side tires going on by the Mellow Yellow crew. They have fueled Kyle Petty. He is down and away, as is Davey Allison. And now at 70 miles per hour, it'll be Kyle Petty and then Davey Allison with Harry Gant next. Let's go up to John Kerner. John.
Jerry, they've already completed a 4-tire change on Dale Earnhardt. We told you the last pit stop he left, there was a little bit of an oil leak. Now the crew is underneath the hood. They are wiping off from around the valve covers. In fact, they've got a couple of valve covers ready to go on if they need to. The crew looking over, they don't seem to have spotted anything just yet. Don't see any smoke coming. Well, just a little bit of smoke from the right side as the Richard Childers crew, Earnhardt, revs the engine saying, come on, let's go, let's go. We don't want to lose a lap sitting here on pit road. Doesn't look like they found anything just yet. They will put the hood back down and Dale Earnhardt will be on his way.
So Dale goes back out there, but he obviously is having problems with the GM Goodrich Chevrolet. We'll check on it and report to you after this. Okay, and who will have that report? Okay.
Well, let me see if I can.
All righty.
I don't know that I'm going to be able to talk.
Bob Jenkins, Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch back at the Champion Sparkplug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. We go down to John Kernan, who has a report now on Dale Earnhardt's problems.
Bob, you see Richard Childers and the crew, Andy Petrie, the crew chief, David Smith, and Danny Lawrence, they're all talking things over. What they think is the front oil seal may be leaking, but because they haven't seen any evidence of smoke while the car is out on the racetrack, they figure it's only leaking whenever it is stopped. We will further update you on this as soon as we can. Right now, these guys are very, very busy. Let's go down pit road to Dr. Jerry Punch.
And Marcus climbed out of the Valvoline Ford. Mark, you had a good day going out there, and suddenly it was over. What happened?
Well, the water pump belt came off of it for some reason, and I didn't, I burned it up. I didn't see it get hot.
No indication, just came off and the engine temperature just suddenly went up?
No, really. I just burned the motor up and then coasted in, and we looked, and the water pump belt wasn't on. That's really how it happened.
Tough break for Mark Martin. He's able to smile, but boy, what a tough day he's had here. Bob?
Thank you very much, Jerry and John. And as we indicated, Fastmasters debuts this coming Saturday night on ESPN Saturday Night Thunder at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Bob Aiken, Bobby Allison, Gary Bettenhausen, Jerry Grant, Dick Greer, Fred Lorenzen, Ed McCulloch, Jim McElreath, Troy Ruttman, and Dick Trickle are the drivers in the first race this coming Saturday night.
Yep, got it here. Okay, thanks. That's why those two cars passed him.
Yep, he lost a cylinder.
A cylinder, huh?
Hey guys, just FYI, they were going to bring Earnhardt back in. They're still talking about it. Apparently the oil leaks on that right front where I saw the smoke during when they had the hood up. I guess with that seal up there, apparently some of the oil is leaking, getting onto the right front tire.
Okay.
So keep an eye.
We will.
And I think I'm going to go step over in the opening so, they don't kick me out, the Kernan curse.
Why don't you check on that radar, John? We need a weather update, yeah.
Well, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Do you guys want me to go back there and look?
Ziggy.
I'm not sure it's a complicated type of deal. Yeah.
Or do you want?
You have missed no green flag racing whatsoever. In fact, the field is just now coming off corner number 3. You can see Doyle Ford giving them the keep it steady, guys. And now the green comes out. The accelerators go down, and we're back to racing.
One car missing in that group, Bob, is Darrell Walker in the Western Auto Chevrolet. They pulled his car into the garage area with an engine problem.
And we see, is that Earnhardt going on the inside, the Goodrich Chevrolet, trying to get back to the front? That was Rick Mast. Earnhardt's on the outside of Rick Mast.
What a move he made, though. Woohoo!
Mast had made a late pit stop with the hood up on the Skoll Classic Ford. And here's Phil Parsons going by Kyle Petty. That's the first time Kyle Petty's been passed in a long time today, and Phil gets back in the lead lap.
Remember, Phil was trying to get that lap back when the caution came out, and now that we have gone back, he does get it back, at least for the moment.
Here comes Davey Allison once again looking on the inside of Kyle Petty. Can't take the spot away. Now as they come down this 3,740-foot long straightaway, we'll see how it shake out.
Hud Strickland is the fourth car there, but he's a lap down. And once again, they fan out 5 wide, coming down the 3,740-foot front stretch.
There again, Sterling Marlin pulled out. Trying to go by Hud Strickland. Couldn't make it, and there's Jeff Bodine on the inside of Bill Elliott. Meanwhile, Earnhardt trying to get by these cars.
He's going to make it 3 wide there in the north, the Long Pond straightaway. Nope.
No, decided that wasn't the time to do it.
Brett Bodine tries to make a move in the Quaker State Ford. Up front, now Phil is back to a lap down, and Kyle and Davey are in front of him.
Yep, one down.
And Harry Gadd is running third.
Yeah, he's going to be a man to contend with for this race is over. He's just been sticking right in there, inching his way up.
Fourth is Marlin and fifth is Spencer. We're riding with Sterling Marlin, the Ray Vestas Ford, and the in-car cameras, the Race Fans Unlimited.
And he's going by Harry again.
They got a good run on him down the straightaway and drafted right on past. That's Sterling Marlin taking over the third position. Spencer got a little loose there in the car number 12. Pushes squared away, though, keeps his position.
Caution flag was a break for Jimmy Spencer because, remember, we had reported he was dropping back, so he was able to catch up, make the adjustments on his car. We'll see if they've been able to fix the Heineke muffler forward.
Sterling Marlin's best finish of the year has been a 9th. That came at Daytona and North Wilkesboro. Right now, he is third.
And I tell you what, that car has been running a lot better than his finishing position.
Oh, yeah. Kyle continues to lead Davey off the third corner once again. Now Jimmy Spencer, who's right behind Harry Gant, looks for a spot. There's Dale Jarrett and Kenny Schrader, and Schrader pulls out to pass.
Schrader just drives right on by Dale Jarrett down the straightaway.
Man, that looks so easy.
Schrader was the pole sitter.
Pick up a bonus of
3,200. Right.
Unical Challenge, that's what it's up to, 50,000.
And Dale Jarrett slows suddenly going into turn 2.
There's Earnhardt, who's continuing to try to get back up to the front.
Maybe that's why Dale Jarrett is able, Schrader was so able to go by Jarrett so easily.
Yeah, a lot of other cars going by right now as we watch Earnhardt back further in the pack.
Just dives in the corner in front of Greg Sachs. Meanwhile, back to the lead.
Kyle begins to link to the lead again on Davey Allison. And there is Dale Jarrett, who has slowed on the racetrack. John, you have a report?
Well, we had talked earlier about how it was cutting out or hesitating coming off at turn number 3. Well, he just radioed back in. As soon as you saw him dropping back, his radio, Jimmy Maycar said it's missing really, really bad, and the oil temperature is up. So these guys are getting ready to go to work. Jimmy Maycar talking right now to Dale Jarrett. As soon as he's finished, and we won't be disturbing him, we'll get an update to find out exactly what the problem might be.
Losing position, though, as the car is now very slow through the tunnel turn onto the north straightaway.
We talk about the Winston Cup point standings. The guy in second place, Rusty Wallace, was the first car out today, I think. And now Dale Jarrett, who was in third place, is having problems. So Earnhardt, if this continues, is going to be able to make really put a lot of distance between he and the rest of the group.
Yeah, even though he's having some problems himself, he still stands a good chance of putting more distance between them.
Those in the top 5, of course, Davey Allison is having the best run. Second, coming into this race, fourth in the points. 245 behind Earnhardt.
And he was only 22 behind Jarrett, so he stands a good chance to move up. Yeah.
Well, Dale Jarrett started 21st, is currently 14th. His highest was the lead on lap 59. His lowest has been his starting position, 21st. And John, what else have you found out?
Well, I just talked to Jimmy Makar. He says he's not quite sure what the problem may be, but they may have broken a valve spring. And that was something that had concerned a lot of these teams because of the RPM range that they are running as they are shifting a couple of times on this racetrack. They're putting a little more strain on the motor. In fact, Richard Childers told me that was one of his big concerns this morning was the valve train. He said if you're going to have problems, that's where it will probably start first, and that may be the problem for Dale Jarrett.
Well, that engine building piece that you did, Benny, is really important because now we can visualize what's wrong with the Interstate Batteries car.
Exactly. The valve springs on top of the heads. They have to go up and down so many times. They're turning these engines 8,800 RPMs at the end of these straightaways, and they wasn't turning that many RPMs down the long front straightaway, so they put a transmission in it. So they turned 8,800 down that straightaway, and how they stay together is beyond me. When I stopped driving in 1988, when the car got to 8,000 RPMs, you were terrified to not stay together. And now they're up to close to 9,000.
When I quit driving in '66, if you got above 6,500 RPMs, you were in danger.
Right?
Yeah.
Kyle Petty continues to lead in Davey Allison second, and the word is that there may be some oil seen from the number 3 car of Dale Earnhardt. And we will keep an eye on that. Remember, John reported that could be leaking oil only when it's standing still, but they're watching the car very, very closely. We'll update you in a few moments. Kyle Petty leads at the Champion Spark Plug 500. Stay with us.
By the way, for all those people in that contest, we need to tell them who the leader is halfway point. You get that letter? You get that letter from that lady then? Why? Winston has a big contest going on. Right. And part of the points that you can earn is by naming the leaders of the halfway point.
Oh. It's all right. Nothing wrong with that.
Halfway point now.
See, NASCAR's giving them half, and so okay.
You rejoin us here at Pocono just as we complete half distance. 100 out of 200 laps have been completed here in the Champion Spark Plug 500. There's the interval between first and second. On the left of your screen is the leader, Kyle Petty, and on the right is second place, Davey Allison.
So all you folks entered in the contest that they've got going on around the country, Kyle Petty was the leader at the halfway point. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's difficult to explain.
I don't know anything about it.
Okay, and I'm not going to explain to you either, man.
Okay. Kyle, now that once he gets the tires heated up a little bit, an inch away from David.
Here comes Earnhardt, going by Rick Wilson, the STP Pontiac. I should say he's trying to go by Rick Wilson. Looks like he's going to, well, I don't know. Is he going to make it? I think Rick will probably back off, let him get the corner.
Yep. It's the battle for 10th position, by the way. Earnhardt takes 10th, and Rick Wilson is back to 11.
I saw Jimmy Hensley right in front of them just a moment ago. He's up in 9th spot.
Rick Wilson's had some good runs recently in the Richard Petty car. They're beginning to get things together. They told me that they're beginning to understand each other, what Rick wants under the race car. Had some good qualifying runs and also some good runs in some races.
I didn't see Richard up here this week.
No, I didn't see him.
He might be home on the couch watching this.
You know, it does take a while for a team to come together. I think a lot of people had hoped that Rick would come in here and pick up where Richard left off and become an immediate winner, but it takes a little bit for a team to come together.
It sure does. Takes quite a while. As a matter of fact, Andy Petrie went over to the Goodwrench team this year, and they were good in Daytona, one of the best cars there, but the last 4 or 5 races is when the Goodwrench Chevrolet has really started to shine, when Andy and Earnhardt and Childers all got their heads.
Here's the battle for 4th position. Jimmy Spencer on your left and Harry Gant on the right. They go through the tunnel turn. That's Marlin just ahead of them.
So it's 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
There's a slow car. Now that will really hurt Spencer because he has to pass Kerry Teague on the outside and Harry Gant.
1st and 2nd come off the 3rd turn. Marlin's beginning to move in a little on Davey.
Looks like he might be. We see Schrader back there lurking behind Harry Gant. That's Strickland, Phil Parsons, lap down.
And there is Rick Wilson just getting inside of Jimmy Hensley going into turn number 1. Jerry?
And guys, to answer your question, yes, the king is here. Richard Petty is here at the racetrack watching Rick Wilson and smiling broadly as he's watching the young driver perform. Now, on both sides of the rear quarter panel, as well as the rear bumper and the dash, is a sign that says Hi Wade. Now, you heard Benny Parsons a little bit ago mention hello to Wade Thornburg back in Randallman, North Carolina. Many people in the garage here wanted to also say hello and send their prayers and thoughts to Wade. Wade was a member of Richard Petty's crew for 25 years, almost a part of the family. In fact, he was a part of the family. 7 Winston Cup championships, 200 career victories, a very, very integral part of that team. He is not here. He has been ill for quite some time. And Wade, everyone in the garage wanted us to tell you that their prayers are with you, my friend.
Petty continues to set the pace.
Our leader is still leading.
That's right.
What a boring scenery he's had all day. Just nothing but blue, beautiful blue sky right in front of him. Of course, he looks in his mirror every once in a while.
Nice greenery, too, around this race. This is, without question, one of the prettiest parts of the country. The Pocono Mountains with a lot of trees and honeymooners around.
And people celebrating their 25th wedding anniversary. 25 years now, Bob. You're old.
I know I am. But I've been married most of my life. So.
And proud of it.
That's right.
Is Davey getting closer?
Well,
it sure looks like
that shot there makes it look like, but he's not losing any ground. You can see now, once we get him at a different angle, that he still has a reasonably comfortable lead.
Kyle isn't driving away the way he did earlier.
No, he isn't.
Here's the Western Auto race summary. Kyle Petty leading 71 of the first 105 laps. There are 16 cars on the lead lap. We've had 9 leaders and 12 lead changes. 4 caution periods for a total of 16 laps, and we're averaging just a little over 133 miles an hour. The lap leaders: Petty, Earnhardt, Martin, Schrader, Means, Musgrave, Boys, Jarrett, and Rudd for the first time in 1993. Out of the race, well, they include Graham Taylor, Rusty Wallace, Bobby Hillin, Jimmy Horton, Dick Trickle, Trevor Boys, Derek Cope, Mark Martin, and Darrell Waltrip. Now, the Mechanic of the Year standings: Andy Petrie from Dale Earnhardt's crew is on top with 773 points. Tony Glover is next from Ernie Irvin's team. Buddy Parrott is 3rd with Rusty Wallace. 4th is Donnie Wingo on the Jeff Bodine car. And in 5th is Ken Howes, who works with Ken Schrader. There's Davey Allison, the 2nd place car right now, trailing Kyle Petty as we have completed 107 laps out of 200 in the Champion Spark Plug 500. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
They passed Jimmy Means down in the corner, Ned.
Caution's out. Hey, FYI, instead of a weakened or broken valve spring on Dale Jarrett, the engine builder, what he thinks it is right now is the node or the thing on the camshaft that drives the fuel pump may have sheared off a little bit.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my gosh, somebody did that on a dare. Good
No
grief.
way.
So
No
Wally
way.
is the cause of the caution, is that right?
Yeah, over the top.
He's blown here.
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like he blew up.
Yeah, it sure does.
We're under our 5th caution of the afternoon here at Pocono. No crash on the racetrack. This was brought out by Wally Dallenbach Jr., who apparently blew an engine because a lot of smoke was coming from that car out of the tunnel turn and all the way around to the garage area where the Keystone Beer Planters Peanuts Ford is right now. And there's Elmo bringing the pace truck out again to pick up the field.
And Dale Jarrett got a break, Ned, because he was just in the same straightaway with Kyle Petty to be lapped. So
Yep. Sure did.
They may raise the hood now and find something wrong with the car. They may be able to repair it.
This caution comes on lap 108. Hasn't been all that long since they have made pit stops.
But I'll bet you they all come in.
Yeah, they might be able to go on one more pit stop after this. It'll be close for some of them, but
I don't think
no,
so.
no,
That's
no, you're right.
45
Yeah,
laps.
yeah, they could. I'm thinking wrong.
All right, here they come, and Jerry will send it down to you.
And Kyle Petty once again will lead the parade down pit road. Kyle Petty, Jimmy Spencer and company pitting up here toward turn 1 at the far end of the pits. Kyle Petty looking to pick up his first victory since Rockingham in October of a year ago. Once again, Kyle Petty on the top of your screen. Pontiac on top, Ford on bottom as Kyle's Mellow Yellow crew will change 4 tires and clean the windshield. Watching Davey Allison's crew, Larry McReynolds and the crew now changing that car, making a chassis adjustment, a serious adjustment in the right rear of Davey Allison's car, while left side tires are going out in Kyle Petty's Pontiac. Davey is out, Kyle is out, but Davey was pitting down, and now they race to the line. It looks like Davey Allison will win the race to the line. Kyle Petty is second, and maybe Sterling Muffin is third. Let's go to John Kernan.
Dale Earnhardt has shut off the motor. What they've already done is change 4 tires. They've also put a new breather cover on, and you can see where they're spraying a cleaner on the right side on the valve cover, trying to clean away some of the oil. It's not a really serious oil leak. The last time he was in and left pit road, there was just a couple of little drops on the pavement. But the crew will go to work, and you can hear the crowd as some are cheering, some are, well, booing, others are making other noises, I guess you might say. But well, what they did is they took the breather off. They put a little oil in. Danny Lawrence put about a quart of oil in. They've got another quart of oil ready to go in, and they are working furiously with the motors shut off and trying to get him off the pit road before he goes down a lap. Guys, we'll have to wait and see. Back to you.
They continue to work on the car. The field is just now approaching turn number 3, so they've still got a little bit here before he loses a lap. Earnhardt getting the car refired now.
The smoke that you saw when they had the hood up, that was not oil smoke. That was the cleaner they were spraying on there to clean the oil off, was getting on the exhaust system. That was the smoke we saw.
Well, Dale makes it out easily and will stay on the lead lap as we remain under caution here at Pocono International Raceway. Oh, okay.
Got the Jim Thorpe Sports Awards to be presented here not for long.
Okay.
saw Dale Emmett walk by here, Ned.
So did I.
He spots, yeah.
What
Did
why was he
well the race?
leaving, though?
No, I don't think he probably went to the bathroom.
Oh,
Several of them have done that.
we should be so lucky. Huh?
There he goes back.
Getting ready to whip.
Boy,
Dale Earnhardt back in.
Doesn't appear to have a whole lot of following here in northeast Pennsylvania.
Oh, he does.
Oh, okay. Along Route 903 in northeastern Pennsylvania stands a monument to one of the greatest athletes of the 20th century, Jim Thorpe. The Native American hero of the 1912 Olympics in Stockholm was buried here in 1953, and two towns merged to form Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. 20-ton granite mausoleum honors the memory of the man whom King Gustav of Sweden called the greatest athlete in the world. That's just down the road here from Pocono International Raceway, where we are 110 laps into the 200-lap Champion Spark Plug 500. We are still under caution because of a blown engine on Wally Dallenbach Jr.'s car. We'll take another break before we go green.
You guys never heard of rhythm guitars and fiddles, have you, Neil? Okay, thank you.
DJ lost a lap in the pits.
Did he?
Yeah. I don't know what they were doing. Maybe, I don't know if they were changing a...
Okay.
And I want to show the breather too. You're going to come right to me. Welcome back to Pocono with Andy Petrie, the crew chief for Dale Earnhardt. His second time on pit road. Andy, you guys got the oil leak fixed.
Yeah, I don't think it was leaking too bad. We had a seal leaking a little bit, so we, shut the air off in the engine there, tried to pull a vacuum on the crankcase and slow the oil leak down. It really wasn't that bad. It probably stopped. It looked like it had on pit road.
Here's how they did it. This is the breather. What they did to create the vacuum and to cut off the airflow is they just encased it in plastic, put new breathers on, guys.
All right, and he remains on the lead lap as the field comes down and takes the green flag, and Davey Allison is out front for the first time today. 112 laps are completed. We are on the green on lap 113, and Davey won the battle out of the pits.
Oh, baby.
Well, that's close.
That Strickland and Ted Musgrave almost got together down in turn one. Now, Kyle Petty has been able to lead all day. Can he pass Davey Allison?
Sterling Marlin third, and Ken Schrader is fourth.
Harry Gant in fifth place. Jimmy Spencer sixth.
We're riding with Sterling Marlin, third place. Race Fans Unlimited in-car camera.
I'll tell you, Sterling Marlin has had some good pit stops here today.
He has. Tell you what, that crew, the Stavola brothers, their race team seems to have their act together.
There you saw Sterling shift
into overdrive. Now he will go back to 1-1 when he gets there. He goes back in the corner.
We saw that graphic with Dale Jarrett was in 14th place. He did lose a lap in the pit, so that'll drop he is one lap behind. They fixed something on the engine, and he appears to be running better, but he did lose a lap.
On the far left is Jimmy Hensley in the 7 car. Right behind him is Morgan Shepherd in car number 21. That's the battle for 7th position, 7th and 8th right there.
Morgan has hung in there, and the Wood brothers said to go forward all day long. He had some handling problems early in the race, but the last couple of runs, he has stayed right there with top 10.
Shepherd, the winner in Atlanta earlier this year, where the 93 season will wrap up. Determined the Winston Cup champion. Davey hangs on to the lead as he leads Kyle and the others down the straightaway.
You see Sterling Marlin lost some ground. Kenny Schrader passed Sterling Marlin going down the Long Pond straightaway. Sterling passed him back in the short chute.
Ooh, Spencer gets very loose on the inside of the Hud Strickland car. He gathers it back in, but he was just
I thought he was going to slide up into him then.
Yeah.
Ted Musgrave comes along, so does Rick Mast.
Spencer moved out to make him a wide entry in the corner. Big his nose or something. He's got a bloody nose.
Well, I'm going to close the chapter on Dale Jarrett again. They fixed the car. It looked like he had good horsepower, passed a bunch of cars on the start, but now he's slowed down again, so apparently that cylinder has gone away. Whatever they did has gone away from him.
This time it's single file. Now Lake Speed pulls out. Let's go to John Kernan, who has a report on Dale Jarrett.
Well, it doesn't really sound like he's running on 7 cylinders. It just sounds like the car's not getting enough gas, like it's not getting up and going. What they did is they changed the carburetor on that last pit stop. That's why they lost a lap. It may have something to do with the camshaft, and which drives the fuel pump. He may not just be getting enough fuel in there to run the car. They thought they had it fixed when they first went back out, but the problem is back again.
And on the racetrack, Kyle Petty has reassumed command of this race, but Allison will come up to challenge him again, headed into turn 3. Oh, they go through there side by side.
Oh man, that was so close. I mean, these cars are just inches apart when they go in the corner. Looks like Kyle gave David enough room on the inside, at least enough that he'd make contact.
But Bedine's Quaker State Ford is being pushed down pit road and apparently out of the race.
Jerry, what's the story on that car?
And Brett Bodine's in the car began to sputter, then pulled the car down pit road, and pulled it behind the wall. Ernie Elliott, who's the engine builder, was checking. They thought they may have broken a timing chain. They tell me what they think the problem may be, so they are through for the day. And a very disgusted Brett Bodine climbed out of the car, shook his head, and walked slowly toward the garage area.
Brett Bodine out of the race. Here's Ricky Rudd, Rick Wilson, and Dale Earnhardt, and this would be 10th, 11th, and 12th.
Rick Wilson, I'm telling you, the STP Pontiac, you're right, Ned. The last 3 or 4 races, this car has been pretty strong.
Had a good qualifying effort at Charlotte, ran good there as well. Ran good last week at Dover, had a couple of flat tires that put him a couple of laps down, but he ran very good all day.
And look at this, Jimmy Spencer on the inside of Harry Gant.
Ooh, takes the position, gets loose once again, but he just sticks his foot right back in the accelerator. Here comes Gant back on the inside. Spencer had just barely cleared the bumper of Sterling Marlin there on the rear. Here comes Gant.
I tell you what, old boy, pass me and I'll pass you right back. He does.
Yeah,
he's just going to get back as they come off the tunnel corner.
I don't think so.
Very innocent goodbye comes out there this time.
That Musgrave, the Jasper engine car, hanging with this group pretty tough.
Yep. But he's a lap down.
He is a lap down, unfortunately.
It's 15. We were talking about Rick Wilson a moment ago. His best finish was at Sears Point a month ago. He was 8th. But he has been in contention of several other races. There's Lake Speed on your right.
Purex Ford.
Moving inside of Strickland. They almost touch.
I wonder what the sponsor, and we see Lake Speed get this car a little bit sideways up in the corner. That's what the Ford people tell me, Ned, is it seems to be their problem. When the car drives up right behind them, he wants to get their car loose. That's the problem that the Ford teams are having right now. and we can see these guys how close they get in the corner. It's getting those guys in front loose. They say their cars are really fast, but they can run by themselves. But in traffic,
that's one thing that Junior Johnson has said is part of their problem this year. He said some of the Ford teams have figured it out pretty well, but he said they haven't been able to, but they keep gaining.
Ford has only won 3 of the 12 races that we've had so far this year.
But you got one in the hunt here today with Davey Allison.
Never see Harry again. He's right behind Sterling Marlin. Now, if he goes off down in the corner and stays right on the back bumper of Sterling, then he will upset the 8 car. Again, he can be able to accelerate off. But this time, he was not right up on the bumper, close enough to upset the 8 car, the Sterling Marlin car.
Sterling Marlin's best finisher at Pocono was 5th in 15 starts.
Petty just starting to move away from Davey Allison. And is Schrader gaining? Looks like he might be.
I believe he is. Yeah, the front 2 cars had opened up a pretty good lead, but now Schrader is cutting that down. He sees that bonus.
He was our pole sitter for the race, but only once has this race been won from the pole. That was Bill Elliott back in 1985. And as a matter of fact, looking at all races here at Pocono, only 3 times has a race been won from the pole. The best starting position in terms of winning is 3rd. Here is Spencer, Marlin, and Gant still battling it out there as we watch from the Raceman's Unlimited camera.
We see Spencer back in Wickman. Sterling Marlin thought about going back on the inside, but Spencer moves down to try to block that move.
They didn't get his windshield very clean, did they?
No, they didn't.
And I think what you were talking about, that he got him a little bit loose, Benny, when Harry got up there that close to him and was able to drive by, and Spencer went by as well.
Petty, Allison, Schrader, Gant, Spencer. There's Earnhardt, Bill Elliott, all running in a line. Now Kyle begins to pull away from Davey.
I think we've kind of settled the decision as who has the best car today.
I think we can determine right now that at the moment, at least for the first 121 laps, Kyle Petty has had the best car. Mello Pontiac has led 81 of the first 121 laps. The champion Spark Plug 500 here at Pocono. We'll be back in just a moment. You can't do that. You can't do that. That's illegal. We can't, so you can't. Come on. Well, I guess he can.
Uh-oh, there goes Dale a lap down.
Yeah, his car's not running at all now. It's worse than it was.
Don't let him in.
Oh, baby.
Forgot to do JIPs. Forgot to do JIPs.
At the beginning.
We're back at Pocono International Raceway in the Champion Spark Plug 500, still being led by Kyle Petty. There's Davey Allison running in 2nd position. Kenny Schrader is third, Harry Gant fourth, and Jimmy Spencer is now running in fifth spot.
For a while, it appeared as if Schrader was closing in on Allison. And in fact, Allison might be closing in a little bit on Kyle now, but I don't think Schrader is gaining that much now. In fact, Harry Gant might be gaining on him.
Schrader, that's right. Kyle Petty continues this. I think the motorcycle every race he goes to.
That's right.
He left Charlotte, went to Dover on his Harley, rode it up to New York, on into the Maine, over to Loudon, New Hampshire, and down here in Pocono. But I will report they're going to load it on the truck and haul it back to Charlotte.
Here's Jimmy Hensley inside of Sterling Marlin, and Lake Speed is going to come with him.
Over the tunnel corner, and Sterling has no choice but to back up and let these guys go.
You know, this race has been decided on several occasions about in regards to fuel.
It seems like every time we come here that someone stretches the fuel mileage and gets an advantage, like Harry Gant won the race here once. You see Rick Mass going by Sterling Marlin. Here comes Rudd. So Sterling Marlin's car lost the handle. Yep, losing the handle here the last two laps.
Sure has. He is losing positions.
Yeah, he was up there in third place and now just dropping on back.
Well, speaking of gas, Jerry Punch is down on pit road with the gas man. Is that who I think it is?
You're exactly right, Bob. The 1983 winner of the Indianapolis 500. His nickname is the Gas Man, Tom Stephen. Tom, welcome to Pocono. You're here as the Grand Marshal for Champion Spark Plug.
Yeah, we are. You know, we raced here quite a few times, won a couple races, but it's always good to get back to the Poconos, especially to see the stock car boys who put on such a great show.
And you love race cars. You're also a pretty good golfer, and I'm told you have a very special golf cart back in Phoenix.
Well, we actually do have the world's fastest golf cart. It's been clocked at a little over 100 miles an hour. I think it'll go faster, but I got to find somebody braver than me to drive this sort of thing.
What do you do with a 100-mile-per-hour golf cart? Get them in a hurry?
Sell a lot of green fees at a golf course. No, we just have it for PR. It's been a fun little program. I thought if I'm going to have a golf course, I better have the world's fastest golf cart, so we do.
So you run a golf course. Any thoughts about getting back in a car, getting back in an Indy car, or even a stock car?
Yeah, we haven't given it up. That's, but you have to be in the right situation. It's got to be equipment that can be competitive. Superman died a long time ago. You can't carry these things. So if I could find the right deal, we'd love to do it.
Tom, thanks for taking time to join us.
You bet you do. Glad to be here.
Tom Stephen, 1983 winner of the Indianapolis 500 and Grand Marshal for today's Champion Spark Plug 500. Let's go up pit road to John Kernan.
Thank you, Jerry. Sterling Marlin's had one of his strongest runs all year long today, but you've been seeing him fall back and back and back. The problem is the set of tires. He had radioed back and told Ken Wilson that this has got to be the worst set of tires they've had on all day. The car just does not want to run on this particular set of tires. And Lake Speed slowing down and coming down pit road. Lake Speed, who's had a pretty decent run the last few weeks, just circumstances have caused him problems. He is on pit road. We're assuming this is for scheduled maintenance as he will pull to a stop. No, it's not. The hood is going to come up. He came in awfully slowly. He may not have been under power, and the crew will go to work to look and see if they can fix the problem.
Yeah, he went into turn 3, John, and all of a sudden just slowed down. He had just passed Sterling Marlin and a couple of Jimmy Hensley and was moving up into standings, but apparently he's going to be out of it.
Yeah, it sure does, Dad. They took a look under the hood. They have put the hood back down, and it looks like they are beginning to push Lake Speed to the garage area. You know, those guys have had some great runs the last few weeks. Charlotte, Dover, they had a great run going today. And it's not from a lack of work. In talking with Lake, what he says, they've just gotten a hold of some parts that just have not stayed together. It's just one of those things. You just have to work through it. But with the way they've run, the way they've qualified, he says it's a really big boost to the team. And what the problem is, the engine just simply locked up on Lake. That, as you said, as he went into turn 3, it just slowed suddenly. So Lake Speed is headed for the garage area.
Lake had qualified for 11th starting position and was in the top 10 when the problem developed. Now, your Fran Field summary here will probably show him up in the top 10, but he has dropped out of competition. The interval between first and second staying pretty much the same. Kyle maintaining the advantage over Davey Allison. They passed Jeff Gordon out there in the tunnel turn. Jeff is back after his early race crash.
Mark Martin had an engine problem. Darrell Walter, same for Heath.
Brett Bodine, Dallenbach had engine problems. A lot of engine problems here today. You know, Dale Earnhardt mentioned that in the interview that Jerry Punch did with the Sports Center. One problem that they have here is engines, and Benny pointed out a couple of times, revving them up the way they do here. And that takes its toll on engines.
The straightaway here, the main straightaway at Pocono, is without question the longest straightaway in all of Winston Cup racing, and the engines are asked to do more here than at any other racetrack.
More than they can do sometimes.
Yeah.
Kyle Petty driving away.
But look at Harry Gant, just inched up on Ken Schrader and about to make the pass. This will be for third.
At the start-finish line, Gant has his nose ahead of Schrader and does take third going into turn 1.
That was easy, wasn't it?
Sure was.
When you get the momentum, get a good run coming off the 3, it makes it look like you got a lot of horsepower going down this front straightaway, and Gant had a good run coming off that turn and just motored right on back.
You know, Harry Gant hasn't had a very good year either this year, but you knew that sometime Harry Gant, Leo Jackson, and that crew would get the car going, because I think both those guys just simply have too much pride to run the way they've been running this year so far.
He did have his best finish at Dover last weekend at 7th.
And his car was good at Dover. He got involved in a crash early on and ruined the aerodynamics of his car, but he had a pretty good race car. And today, he's got a good race car today.
He's doing a good job driving.
And has won twice here at Pocono. This race in 90 and the July race in 84. There once again is the leader, Kyle Petty. Second place, Davey Allison. Third place, Gant. Fourth place, Ken Schrader.
Now, Schrader keeps hanging on the top 5. He's had, well, I think, 2 fourths and a fifth the last 3 races.
Then there's Ted Musgrave in the 55 car. He's 14th, the first car not on the lead lap.
But his car is running well. I don't know how he got that lap down. He might have had a flat or something.
He did indeed, yes.
That's right. I think he did have a flat. Lost a lap. And see, Spencer, he had some strength early, but he spaded here in the last 50, 60 laps.
Boy, Harry Gant is moving in on Davey Allison. See how close he's moved in?
He is, yeah.
And Davey is losing ground to Kyle.
So it looks like that Harry Gant and Kyle Petty might have the class of the field right now. Never see Spencer.
Spencer and Morgan Shepherd. Spencer from just west of here in Berwick, Pennsylvania.
No, it's Berwick.
Morgan Shepherd has had a good day.
Yeah, he's trying to take over 5th position right now. He has run good. We mentioned earlier that in the first part of the race, he had some handling problems, but the Wood brothers have worked on that and continued to improve the single forward, so now he's in the top 5.
The Wood brothers have not won here at Pocono since 1980 when Neil Bonnet took the checkered flag in this race. They've also won here with David Pearson in 1975. Driver snapshot, Morgan started 25th, currently 5th. His highest was 2nd on lap 60, and his lowest was at the start of the race on lap number 25. Morgan has not led a lap so far today.
See Spencer right behind Morgan Shepherd. I corrected you on the pronunciation of it's B-E-R-W-I-C-K, but
we would pronounce it that way, but not the natives.
They do not put a W in there. They kind of do it the mountain way that's kind of lazy. Very.
Very. There's Rick Mast.
Another car's a lap down, but running well.
Yep, he's 15.
Rick had a good solid run at Dover last week, finished in 6th. I believe that.
Taking a look at his snapshot, started 13th. Currently 15th, but he has been as high as 11th and as low as 24th. John Kernan has more on Rick Mast.
Yeah, Rick Mast, my homeboy, my buddy from back where he lives near Roanoke, Virginia. So got to get a little plug in for him. And talking to him this morning, he told me, he said, man, I'm going to run terrible. Then we walked over to the race car, and Richard Jackson and the guys, they were changing everything. They were changing all 4 springs. They were changing shocks, sway bars. They moved the tracking bar. I asked Rick, what do you think now? He said, well, it couldn't get any worse, so it has to be better.
And earlier on, he lost a lap because they had rounded off one of the lug nuts on a pit stop, and they had to come in and make an unscheduled stop later on, so that's what cost Rick.
All right, thank you, John. Rick Mass from Rockbridge, Baths, Virginia. Now, it appears as if Davey Allison, well, the interval is shrinking. Let's
It's
put it
shrinking,
that
but
way.
look at Schrader. He's coming back on here again.
Staying right with him after Gant went around him. Schrader has stayed right with him, and they have continued to gain on Davey Allison.
You know, some people have said that Davey Allison be thinking about fuel mileage and trying to make one stop. I don't think so. I don't believe they could go from the last time they stopped to the end of the race with one stop.
No, I don't think that's the consideration here. That car has slowed down. Here's Gant just moving around him with ease, it looks like.
Yep, Gant heads for second spot, gets it from Davey Allison. Harry Gant is now second. Jerry is with Larry McReynolds.
Well, actually, Bob, I was standing with Larry a minute ago, and he just grabbed the signboard and said, hey, we got a pit. We're waiting for Davey to come in next time. They're going to bring Davey Allison down pit road. The car suddenly developed a serious push, and Davey had to roll out of the throttle. That could mean a couple of different things as far as the car's concerned. They're going to come down pit road here momentarily and make a 4-tire change. About 6 or 7 laps earlier than they really wanted to pit, but now Larry McReynolds, who is the crew chief of the Texaco Haviland Ford, watching up toward turn 3. There are only 3 turns here at Pocono, holding the big 28 signboard out, waiting for his driver to make an entry on the pit road.
He's not going to this time. Schrader is beneath him, and I don't think he locked his entrance to pit road. He's going to go another lap.
And I tell you, Davey came off that flat corner and did push very, very high on the racetrack.
Could have a tire leaking down that right front. Could be leaking just ever so slowly, causing that push that he's talking about. And it won't really hurt him that much, especially if this thing goes green the rest of the way, because I think everybody's going to have to make 2 more stops, and so Davey can stop now and still make it on 1 more stop.
We're 64 laps from the end of this race. 136 have been completed. So, yeah, 2 more pit stops between now and the end of the race. Right, Jerry?
Exactly, Bob. They're going to have to make at least 1 more. To comment more on Davey Allison, they think that it's probably a right front tire going down. I just spoke with Joey Knuckles a minute ago, and Joey he will be the one who'll be changing that front tire. And now as Davey makes an entry on the pit road, Larry McReynolds puts the signboard over. We'll watch the Texaco Haviland crew. That's been awfully good on pit road all year long. You saw them practicing pit stops early in the year on one of the features we did at their shop in Charlotte, and we'll see how well they can do it now, having been put under the pressure of a green flag stop. Here is Davey stopping the car. They clean the windshield, and let's listen to the air guns as this crew now goes to work and will change all 4 tires. Listen in. .3 seconds, and he is away.
Dale Jarrett is in the pits, and here's John Kernan.
Well, they had just been told by NASCAR that they needed to pick up the pace, or else they were going to be black flagged to come in. So they now will come in. They're going to check the timing on the car. They also are in the back of the car. What they're doing there is they're changing the fuel filter on the fuel pump back there. They think that possibly that could be the problem. They may have had some junk in the fuel filter, so they will do that. They have now check the car, put the hood down. Dale Jarrett will be down and away to see if they have fixed it. They'd also talked about putting the old carburetor back on the race car, and the work is completed. Jarrett is away.
Interstate Battery Chevrolet back out on the racetrack. We're glad you could join us on this Sunday afternoon for our live coverage of the Champion Sparkplug 500.
Joey Knuckles is the track factor. Right.
Neil, we forgot to do JIPs. Doggone it anyway.
Tell you what, Harry Gant might be gaining.
Elliott in. Must have been a fuel filter on the 18. Wasn't okay then. It's not. That's what he said they were checking. It didn't look like they changed the timing in it. They checked it. But whatever they did
Maybe
at the
there is
back.
one back there. I don't.
That's where they worked. It was in the trunk.
Well, that wasn't.
Okay. Track facts are brought to you by Quaker State. The Big Q is one tough motor oil.
One of the most frequent questions I'm asked as a front tire changer for Davey Allison is sometimes you'll stick your head and your arms up inside the car during a pit stop when you take the tire off. Exactly what are you doing? And that's a pretty easy question. I've got one of three things on my mind that I'm looking for. I'm looking for this right here, this brake pad at a place like Martinsville, Wilkesboro, or a road course where we use a lot of brakes because these cars are so heavy. I'll sneak a peek in there and make sure that we've got enough to go the duration of the race. Second, take this little ratchet, I carry it in my mouth over there, and I either screw down or up depending on what he wants to do, make the car loose or tight. Do that real quick. But third, we start the race with a half a rubber in all four springs. What I'll do is take the tire off and I'll stick my hand in there, notice the little handle, and I'll slide this baby out and hold the spring with this hand to make sure it stays in the bucket because it will turn on you and I'll be defeating my purpose. But this is a quick fix, and Davey seems to really like these, and we've won a lot of races by doing this. It takes about 3 seconds to do this, but it really helps us make up ground on the racetrack.
And making up ground on the racetrack right now is Kyle Petty, but he is headed for pit road. The leader comes in. Jerry?
And a scheduled pit stop for Kyle Petty. He will need one more stop, probably about 20 laps to go, to make it the rest of the way. And now the mellow yellow Pontiac driver looking for win number 1 in 1993. Comes in a hurry and jumps on the throttle and the brake pedal at the same time as he revs the engine up here and comes to a halt. Crew now cleaning the windshield. They make a chassis adjustment in the right rear. There's a ratchet in the right rear window. One round and a half basically be put in the car. Now left side tires going on. The car is full of fuel, and the mellow yellow crew pull the jack. 18.8 seconds for a pit stop for Kyle Petty. Let's go up to John Kernan.
Sterling Marlin's team has already put on right side tires. Left side tires are going on. Remember, we told you he run so well only to get a bad set of tires last time. And Sterling Marlin's headed down pit road. Jimmy Hensley with the left side tires going on. His car, Dale Earnhardt, is also in. Hensley still working on it. Harry Gant also is headed down pit road.
This is going to be the race on pit road. Kyle Petty, the Leo Jackson crew, Charlie Presley crew. Who is going to win the race? Renter to stop. The jack goes under. 2 bumps. 18.8. Remember, Kyle Petty, that was the time. And it looked to me like Harry Gant was gaining on Kyle Petty. Charlie Presley goes around to the left side. Billy Abernathy changing, tightening the lug nuts on the right front.
They're going to lose this battle in the pits.
Yes, it is. 20, 21, 21.7. Harry Gant's away.
More than 3 seconds longer than Kyle Petty's pit stop.
And Kyle Petty is already going in turn 1. So, yes, he lost quite a bit on that pit stop exchange.
Morgan Shepherd also comes out of the pits.
Clock Sterling Marlin, we've been talking about his good pit stops at about 19 and 4/10 seconds, so he did have a very good pit stop.
John, what's the situation on Dale Jarrett's car?
Well, it sounds like they got the problem fixed. It wasn't the fuel filter was clogged up, guys. The fuel line from the fuel filter was loose, therefore it was leaking. Not enough pressure pushing that fuel to the carburetor. It was as simple as that. They had talked about all kinds of different possibilities. Now let's go down to Jerry Punch.
And the Meineke Muffler crew, Bobby Allison Motorsports team, now Jimmy Finnick and company, go to work on Jimmy Spencer's car from nearby Berwick, Pennsylvania, as they will change all 4 tires Clean a lot of debris from the front grill section, clean the windshield. Looks to be pretty much routine. No chassis adjustment as of yet on that Meineke muffler for Thunderbird. Left side tires going on. Trouble now with the jack. They cannot get the jack underneath the left side of the car. They had a good pit stop going. The car fell off the jack. Now they picked the car up, put the jack back underneath. 27 seconds, 28 seconds. A lot of time here in the pits as Kenny Schrader's car now comes down pit road. They are still on the left side of the car number 12.
Oh, man.
44 seconds for the car number 12 of Kenny Spencer. And here is Kenny Schrader, the Kodiak Chevrolet on pit road as the crew gets into middle work on that car. Schrader, 3 top 5 finishes in his last 3 starts. A new track record in qualifying here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. 1 can of fuel going in. 2nd can going in. Left side tires. Looks to be a good pit stop for the Kodiak crew. Left side tires already on. Lug knots being fastened. And they pull the jack. 20, a little over 20 seconds as Schrader pulls away.
But Davey Allison, Kyle Petty's been by. Davey Allison's been by. Harry Gant's been by. And Schrader will go back in the race in 4th place.
So Kyle Petty still has the lead of this race, with next to the last pit stops being completed. Now we'll show you the interval from Kyle Petty back to the 2nd place car.
Davey Allison. And all the way back to there.
All the way back there, huh?
So Robin Pemberton and that mellow yellow crew had a great pit stop, and Kyle Petty came down pit road as fast as he could. We saw him slide into the pits. He went in just as hard as he possibly could get.
Here's Dale Earnhardt now with Jimmy Spencer.
Jimmy lost a lot of time in the pits, and Earnhardt has caught up to him and passed him going into turn 1.
Kyle Petty and the others will have to make one more stop before this thing is over. We've got 54 more laps to go in the Champion Spark Plug 500.
Sucking air back there.
They had a good race car.
There's a smoker there. The smoker over the
Yeah, we don't need any more cautions, though. Okay. ESPN Speed World coverage of the Champion Spark Plug 500 being brought to you by McDonald's. What you want is what you get at McDonald's today. And by Country Time Lemonade Flavored Drink Mix with the taste of good old-fashioned lemonade. Well, a sellout crowd here at Pocono witnessing the Champion Spark Plug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. And we are just about 50 laps from the end of this thing with Kyle Petty setting the pace, leading Davey Allison. Harry Gant is running in 3rd spot. As a matter of fact, Gant is about 9.5 seconds behind. Davey is about 9 seconds back. Ken Schrader is 4th, almost 16 seconds behind, and Morgan Shepherd is 5th, 17 seconds behind the leader, Kyle Petty. Here's Sterling Marlin and Bill Elliott.
It's a race for 6th place.
Elliott's turning in one of his better performances in '93.
Sure is. There's Dave Martin following it.
By the way, Kyle Petty has picked up the 5 bonus points for leading the most laps today, and this is the 2nd time this year that he has done so. He also led the most laps at Richmond. Of course, that race was won by Dave. There's Kyle. Coming up on Phil Parsons.
Yep.
Phil being shown in 18th position right now. He was up there in the top 10 for a little while.
And here is Davey Allison. If you're going to look right behind Davey, you're going to see Harry Gant. He was 0.6 of a second behind him the last time by. This time he's just a few furlongs, what, 6 furlongs.
Yeah, he's moving in.
Cars drive. Ooh, look at Harry again. How he goes to the middle of that corner and closes right up on Davey Allison.
Yeah, Davey's car pushed up again, so changing the tires didn't totally cure it. It didn't look like, or at least that time, he pushed up at the same time.
And Harry again just easily took the spot away.
Yep. He's 2nd. Get back to 3rd. Here's a Napa field summary for you. That pass, of course, not reflected. Yeah, there is too. Guys are quick, aren't they, on that? 12 cars on the lead lap. Dale Earnhardt the last. Kenny Wallace 13th. A lap down.
Earnhardt, for the fans who might wonder, is about 3/4 of a lap behind Kyle Petty.
Bobby Labonte had several problems today. He's 3 laps down. A lot of time on pit road today.
Yeah, he hasn't run that bad on the racetrack. He just had some extra pit stops.
See again, slowly pulling away from Davey Allison.
Attrition rate has been the highest we've seen in quite some time.
Second, and Allison right behind him. They're chasing down this man, Kyle Petty. His teammate is in the 40 car, of course, Kenny Wallace, who is the best among the rookies in contention for the Rookie of the Year title.
He's currently 17th, and I tell you what, he's been doing a good job today. Car's running well. Kenny seems to be learning a great deal this year. I can see a lot of progress each week with Kenny Wallace and Jeff Hammond and all that whole entire crew.
There again, I think it's a situation of them getting to know each other.
Exactly.
Going into this race, the rookie points look like this. Jeff Gordon, 165, Bobby Labonte, 127, and Kenny Wallace, 126. They'll change because of the fact that Jeff Gordon crashed early. He is still out there, but certainly if things continue the way they are right now, Kenny and Bobby are both going to gain on him.
And Bobby Labonte just left the pits. He made another pit stop and is leaving the pits, going down the turn.
Now the rookie points battle is based on each driver's best 15 finishes in relation to the other rookie drivers, and bonus points are also awarded for the top 10 finishes as well as standings in the Winston Cup points at various times during the year.
And there's also a panel at the end of the year that has some significant points awarded to the rookies. But I tell you what, and again, let me emphasize, they do have a sponsor this year for the rookie battle, and that's the Max Race Guard people. So I think it's about a $25,000.
It's a good prize. Fellas, here's Dave Marcus, who just came out of the pits making a pit stop. Has an extra sponsor on the car this week. Don't know, just happened here yesterday. A group of volunteers, 225 people from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, come here each race at the Pocono International Raceway, help with the security and you know, just whatever work is needed to be done around the speedway. They saw Dave's car out there in practice on Friday and said he doesn't have a sponsor. Let's make up amongst us and see if we can sponsor his car. So they took up a collection and got well over $1,000, I understand.
Really?
So, you know, that's that much for Dave. He came in and got himself a set of tires there, so that helped out.
Here's another guy who a lot of people are saying, well, Dave, isn't it about time to retire? But I think you'll see Dave Marcus back.
Yeah, he's not ready to give it up.
He had a good run.
He had a great run at Dover last week.
Yeah.
Tell you what, his car was good.
Yeah, he got caught up in a wreck, but he was good.
Yep.
We see Jeff Bodine trying his best to get by Bill Elliott, and looks like he's going to be able to make it. And Rick Mass, I think he's going to try to follow. Got Elliott hung on the outside up in the tunnel corner, and now they go through there 2 abreast.
7th position, Bodine just took over.
Elliott is in 8th, and
left now, is he? Yep.
Rudd is, yeah.
Would be in the 9th position.
Right.
Rick Mass currently being shown in the 15th position. He's the second car that's not a lap down. Ted Musgrave is 14th.
Our next Winston Cup race here on ESPN will be on Saturday, July the 3rd, the Firecracker 400, the Pepsi Firecracker 400 from Daytona. Boy, that's one of my favorite races all year. Here's Jeff Bodine serial, started 14th, and this shows you how he has done in the recent laps. On lap 115, he was 14th, moved to 9th by lap 140, and now at the end of 155 laps, he's running in 7th. And Bill Elliott started in 16th. Lap 115 was 13th, ran there for quite a while, and then moved up to 8th by lap 155. Who's leading?
The leader, our leader is still leading. Al Petty.
He's having a field day here today. We talked about Earnhardt being dominant at the top of this show, and Kyle Petty.
But you know, I kind of felt like Kyle would run well today. I talked to some of the crews down there, and
passing his teammate. The Dirk Devil Pontiac of Kenny Wallace that we talked about a moment ago.
We talked about Kenny learning something. Kenny, you can learn a great deal if you'll follow this car for about the next 30 laps.
If you can.
If you can.
Stay up with him.
Look all the way back there to Harry Gant. Yeah, almost the entire front straight line.
That's a long way. Gant's caught behind some traffic here.
Bill Parsons, Dale Jarrett. There we see Davey Allison. Morgan Shepherd, Kenny Schrader. This is for position.
Yep, Shepherd, Schrader, for position. Morgan Shepherd has been very quiet today, but he's also been very steady, very consistent.
He certainly has. He's run a very good race. Had good pit stops. He's right up there now. Solid in the top 5.
After he started way back in 5th position. So the Wood brothers and Morgan Shepherd looking good, but not quite as good as the Felix Sabates team. And driver Kyle Petty, he's our leader. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. Welcome back to Pocono International Raceway in the Champion Spark Plug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. Friday through Sunday, June 11th through 13th, the Cadillac Senior PGA Southwestern Bell Classic, one of the toughest courses on the Senior PGA Tour in Kansas City, Missouri. Lee Trevino, Gary Player, Jim Colbert, defending champion Gibby Gilbert will be there, and we hope you will be too, Friday through Sunday here on ESPN. Well, the interval between Gann and Petty is 11.5 seconds. Allison is 15 seconds behind. Morgan Shepherd is 16.6, and Kenny Schrader is 16.8.
So I guess our cameras are going to be going to Morgan Shepherd, Kenny Schrader, because that looks to be the best race in the field.
Well, and they're gaining on Davey Allison, so that might be a battle shaking up.
Sorry about that, Kyle. I realize you're leading, but
we had Wally Dollar back. In fact, we showed him with a lot of smoke coming from the Keystone Beer Ford. Went out of the race. He's back out there running now, so he didn't blow an engine. Couldn't have. They won't allow you to change engines nowadays. So whatever it was that caused that smoke and
the caution flag.
Yep, caused the caution flag. But he's back out there running.
We're hunting a race, folks. I don't know what we're doing. There goes Harry again. He's not racing with anybody.
There we go.
There's a race.
Third, fourth, and fifth.
Yep, they are definitely gaining on Davey Allison. I think that's a little bit again as it was earlier. And the hotter these tires get, the more it's going to push.
And the more that he tries to outrun these fellows, the more he compounds the problem by with pushing. Jerry Punch, what about Davey Allison?
Remember when Davey made the pit stop, guys, they thought they had a right front tire going down because the car was pushing severely in the corners. Well, we called the pit stop and we checked the tires when they came off the car, and they were not flat. So apparently it was not a flat tire, just the chassis of the car was not handling well. And as the tires get hotter, just as you said a minute ago, BP, the car begins to push more and more.
And that time we saw exactly what I was talking about earlier. Morgan Shepherd pull up behind Davey Allison. Got the car, when he got up on the rear of it, he got the car a little bit loose. Davey had to back out of the gas.
So Morgan goes to third, Kenny to fourth, and Davey back to fifth. There is Morgan Shepherd. He started 25th on lap 120. He was 7th, moved to 6th, and now is all the way up to 3rd. In the Citgo Ford.
We talked about cars that are missing or lost a cylinder. Michael Waltrip is in that category in the Pennzoil Pontiac. He's still out there running, but he's being shown in the 23rd position, about 7 laps behind the leader. The car looks like it's running about 7 cylinders. Let's go to the pits where John Kernan is with Eddie Wood on the Citgo Ford.
Well, Eddie Morgan's just moved up to 3rd place. I know earlier in the week you were a little bit worried about the way you were running here. What kind of adjustments have you made during the day?
We were a little bit loose to start with, and put a couple rounds of bite in, and we got okay. But right now we can't catch Kyle, but we're trying to catch the 33 right now.
What about fuel strategy? When do you have to come in? Do you come in early? Do you do tires? What do you do?
Kyle does. If you come in early, you're going to run faster for a few laps, and we'll kind of wait and see what Kyle does.
There you go. It's monkey see, monkey do down here in the pits.
So to speak.
I tell you what, I think I'd vote for that. Whatever Kyle Petty's doing, that's exactly what I'd be doing.
Yep. Not a bad strategy. They all are going to have to make one more pit stop.
But we are entering the window now. If they do stop from about here on, they could make it to the end. However, we don't expect more pit stops until maybe another 10 laps, maybe 15. Petty probably next around lap 177, Gann at 178, and Allison at 171.
You remember Davey Allison did stop about 6 or 7 laps before the others when he thought he had a tire going down.
I tell you what, Davey Allison, as badly as this car is running now, Ned, he may stop
early again.
And make another adjustment and stop even earlier this time, because he now can go almost the rest of the way. There's 36 laps to go. He can probably stretch his fuel and go the rest of the way.
And as long as it takes to go around this racetrack, you can, if you make a good pit stop, you can stay in the lead lap, which he did the last time. And so if a caution should come out in the little window between when you pitted and the next one, well, he still will be in the lead lap.
Kyle Petty's Pontiac on its way to victory here, and Pontiac has only won twice in the 30 previous races. As you can see, Kyle has led 121 and 164 laps. The 2 Pontiac wins came in 1983 with the late Tim Richmond behind the wheel and Rusty Wallace in 1991. That's in all the races that have been run here at Pocono, and this is the 31st NASCAR Winston Cup event to be held here.
Kyle Petty's forward. It looks like he ought to be forward. Hadn't raced with the soul all day. He passed Davey out.
Yeah. Here comes Davey.
He's losing ground.
Yeah.
So I would expect him to hit as soon as he can and try to make another adjustment and get 4 fresh tires on the car.
And let's go down to Jerry Punch.
We're in the Davey Allison pit. Let's check in with Larry McGrail to see what the problem may be as the car comes by. Larry, it appears the car is going away. What's the problem?
Yeah, we picked up a pretty bad push. I don't know why it's changed like that. We had a spring rubber in the right rear. I just hope that thing hadn't come out. If that has come out, that would account for the push the car's got. But it seems like ever since we thought we had a right front tire back on lap 137, it's had a pretty bad push.
Would you opt to make your final stop a little earlier and try to fix the car, Larry?
Yeah, we're going to try to get the advantage of the fresh tires, but even though on the top side of the race, it's going to put us on more laps on our tires than our competitors, but we need to try to adjust it when we get to the fuel window.
All right, so we'll watch Davey Allison to come in probably about 5 or 6 laps earlier than everyone else to try to make an adjustment and hopefully salvage a good finish.
Yeah, I would have thought they'd be in the fuel window now. What, there's about 34 laps to go, 33 when they come back the next time, so they should be able to go the rest of the way as far as fuel is concerned.
But up front, it is Kyle Petty who leads this race and has led for most of it en route to his first Winston Cup victory of 1993. We'll be right back. How could they? Neil, you know, we forgot to do JIPs. Better.
You and I are going to Philadelphia.
Right. 2.5 mile super speedway. I got a great question for you guys. Have you seen it? Nice question. It's good stuff. Last time a number 42 car won on a super speedway. 2.5 mile super speedway.
Lee Petty at Daytona in 1959.
Ed!
I'm guessing.
You're right. Spoil all my fun.
Well, I won't say anything. Go ahead.
No. That's great.
I thought Kyle was going to run good today.
Yeah, I guess you did. You picked him.
Did. Yep.
I thought the side spinner. What does he know?
Schrader trying to take third. He does it.
Okay. ESPN Speed World today at Pocono International Raceway in northeastern Pennsylvania for the Champion Sparkplug 500. And we have 31 more laps to go in this race, which has been totally dominated by Kyle Petty. He continues to lead. There he is. And here's today's trivia question. The last time that a number 42 car won on a 2.5 mile super speedway was... Come on,
Long
Ned.
time ago. Probably Lee Petty in 1959 at Daytona 500, the first
Very
500
nice.
mile race.
Very nice. Good call. Here's Davey Allison and Jerry Punch is there.
And we mentioned it would be about 5 laps early. Actually, Davey pitting about 8 laps before the other cars scheduled to come in, but the handling problem necessitated an early pit stop. They will clean the windshield, change the tires, and as yet we have seen no ratchet to make an adjustment on the car. Right side tires already on. They're going to go with the tires themselves only. Now a ratchet in the right rear. They take a round and about a half a round out, the right rear of the car. Left side lug nuts on. They pull the jack. Davey puts it in gear. 18.7 seconds. Pretty good pit stop, but he's away.
But he's a lap down, Jerry. Kyle Petty just went by. I said there a moment ago that he could make a pit stop and not lose a lap, but he'd gotten so far behind on the racetrack that now he is a lap down. Of course, he'll hope that it goes green for a while, and Kyle Petty will have to pit under the green.
As we watch Kyle Petty, Morgan Shepherd's car seemed to be losing the handle a little bit. Schrader's went by him, and a bunch of other cars have been by.
Well, you know, you see a lot of these guys come here in their multi-million-dollar haulers with all the conveniences of the shop carried with them. Here's how they transport the number 48 car that's owned by James Hilton and was driven today by Trevor Boyes, the old-fashioned way. And here is Bill Elliott making his final pit stop of the day. He gives up the 8th position to make this final stop. And here comes Kyle Petty as the leader comes in for what should be his final pit stop of the race. Jerry Punch, he's headed toward you.
Exactly, Bob Dickens. Final pit stop of the day. Just 29 laps away from the conclusion of the Jensen Spark Plug 500. And Kyle Petty's first victory in 1993. What should be a routine stop. No chassis adjustment thus far. 1 can of fuel going in. Jerry Swatch puts the 2nd can over the wall. Mellow yellow crew now scrambling around. Robin Pemberton pulls the left front tire off. New Goodyear tires going on. Lug nuts fastened. Ken Schrader comes in. 19.2 seconds, and Ken Schrader is in further up pit road as his crew, the Kodiak crew. Go to work on that car, changing right side tires. Ken Howes and the rest of the Hendricks Motorsports team. Left side tires now. Going on that Kodiak Chevrolet. Schrader trying to continue the string and make it 4 consecutive top 5 finishes the last 4 outings. Good runs for Schrader at Dover and Charlotte as well as Sears Point. And Schrader's off the jack. He is down and headed back to turn 1.
And Dale Earnhardt also makes the pit stop. Sterling Marlin has completed his stop. He moves back out as Earnhardt now gets the GM Goodrich Chevrolet to a halt, and they go to work on the right side of it.
And Harry again, the 2nd place car is coming down pit road, heading for his pit. There he is.
Rick Wilson is pitting right in front again, and John Kernan is right there.
Harry Gant is in. The Skoll crew will go to work on the right side. Harry has also said that the engine is getting weaker. Morgan Shepherd comes in a little too high. He goes over the line. He will have to, they push the car back. Now they will get to go to work. Harry's waiting. They're coming around to the left side on Harry Gant's car. They will also clean off the windshield. Left side's going on Harry Gant. Right side's just now going on Morgan Shepherd as they bring the jack around to the left side. Gant makes his way down the pit road. A costly mistake for the Sitco Ford crew as Shepherd overshot his bits, but they did get him pushed back. Morgan Shepherd is down and away with a 4-tire change, no chassis adjustment.
Morgan lights him up as he heads out, but a costly mistake on pit road could cost him a couple of positions on the racetrack.
Yeah, he just came in a little bit hot and couldn't get stopped. He went about a half a car length over the line. Had to push the car backwards, and it did take several extra seconds for him.
And we can see Dale Earnhardt is now a lap down to Kyle Petty.
Just by a little, but just lap down.
Yeah, before the pit stops, he was almost a lap down. And in the pit stop exchange, Kyle, having made an excellent stop there, he did get a lap on him. And here's Jimmy Spencer coming into the pits. Jerry, he's kind of heading towards you.
And what should be the final pit stop for the Berwick, Pennsylvania native. A lot of people in this packed grandstand would like to see Jimmy Spencer pull off his first Winston Cup winner today as the crew now goes to work for the final time on a scheduled stop. Right side tires, left side lug nuts. They give Spencer a cold out as Modine is slowing in the backstretch. He may not make it back to pit road, which could bring out the caution flag with less than 30 laps to go. Left side tires now on the Meineke Muffler Ford. Spencer's car is down and away in 21.5 seconds.
And Spencer, brother Bodine car is very slow. In fact, Broken transmission, we understand. He's approaching the tunnel turn, but
we can see he just see the white. That's the stickers on the tires. So Jeff Bodine just made a pit stop and trying to leave when they let the clutch out. He broke the transmission in the car.
Yep, it's not going to make it back.
He was pitted just ahead of Harry Gant, and I noticed that as Gant was pulling in, he was pulling out rather. Jeff was pulling in and probably damaged something coming out.
Okay, he's pulling on that surface road across there out of harm's way as far as the racetrack is concerned. Now whether that's
yellow flag. Caution flag is out. This will be the 6th caution period of the day.
Here's Hensley, and Earnhardt's going to try to get that lap back. So is Jimmy Hensley.
They approach turn number 3. Can Kyle keep both Hensley and Earnhardt a lap down? Here they come toward the line. I believe he's going to do it. Yes, he will. Caution is out because of Jeff Bodine's stalled car in the tunnel turn. We'll be back with more after this.
Cars on the lead lap. Rudd was just in front of Kyle, so he was saved. And Spencer.
Okay.
The number 1 high school recruit from Berwick High School, would you please welcome?
Think Kyle stopped? Will they stop now?
I wouldn't think so.
Davey Allison will.
Okay.
Unless they don't like that set of tires he got on.
Here he comes.
Is he? Yep, he sure is. Yep.
They're all coming.
Yep.
Those running up front are pitting. Here's Jerry Punch and Kyle Petty's pit.
Well, what should be a scramble in the pits, Kyle Petty, Ken Schrader, and Davey Allison, all 3 in the pits here, under the caution flag with just 24 laps remaining here in Pocono, Pennsylvania. And here again, also in, they change now left side tires on the mellow yellow Pontiac. Let's check in with John Kernan. John?
Jerry, a very quick pit stop for Harry Gant as he smokes the tires, leaving 4 tire change for the Skull Bandit. And a very good stop as he and Davey Allison head down pit road.
Well, Kyle just barely won the race out of the pits. He really had them lit up, didn't he?
I tell you what, they all lit them up. Those 4 cars all did a great job. Kenny Schrader, let's give a call to his crew because all those guys did a super job.
They're trying to get Jeff Bodine's car in a better position. That's the reason that we are under caution. Our 5th, make that the 6th of the afternoon. Just got 25 more laps to go here at Pocono. Good for him.
Gotcha. Yeah, he had not made a pit stop, so.
Did he come in then, or is he going to come in this time? Did 75 pit that time?
75? Okay. Okay. Hometown favorite Jimmy Spencer brings the Meineke Ford in for his pit stop. He is in 9th position on the lead lap as the crew works on the right side of the car, now quickly to the left side. You know, he lives up a road in Berwick, Pennsylvania, and probably 99% of the time, he is the most famous thing in Berwick, Pennsylvania. However, recently there was something else that stole the headlines in this town just west of Pocono International. The Berwick Bulldogs had the #1 high school football team in the United States.
By USA Today from Berwick High School, George Curry. The #1 high school recruit from Berwick High School, would you please welcome Ron Polis. For a number of years, a college football player himself, would you please welcome Dr. Jerry Punch from ESPN. A number of years ago, he was a center at Berwick High School, Jimmy Spencer.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jerry Punch tries to complete the first pass of his career, at least a pass completion to the right player, and he does! Actually, Dr. Jerry Punch played for NC State and had an outstanding football career. Didn't you, Doc?
I think you were right the first time, Bob. It's probably the first pass people in Raleigh, North Carolina can remember seeing me complete, at least if somebody with the same jersey on. But I got to mention, you know, Ron Polis, who is the #1 high school quarterback in America, will be going to play at Notre Dame for Lou Holtz next year. George Curry, the head coach for the Berwick Bulldogs, what a great job he did. The #1 high school football team in the USA last year, and 85 of those members are here in the stands to watch this exciting race today. Back with more from Pocono after this. That's all right.
Very nice, very nice.
Who's a native?
Lenny.
Lenny, you're a native of Berwick?
Native of this area.
It's Berwick.
I thought natives wore grass skirts.
Yeah, so
that's
exactly.
right. We have, haven't we?
We've all seen that.
That's right. Don't we have that on Steel Store somewhere? Lenny has.
We're going to see a scramble here with trying to get laps back.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Morgan Shepherd's the leader.
Kyle Petty would have been a lot better off to let Earnhardt get his lap back.
Kyle's 5th, huh?
So Morgan didn't stop those. No, Spencer's back there. That's a lap behind.
So what?
I guess he's 4th.
He's 4th. Ricky is 3rd.
It's Morgan,
Sterling,
and Ricky.
Okay.
And Kyle.
Boy, Neil, you have timed these breaks just magnificently today.
He's a heck of a timer.
Why don't you do that when you're working for ESPN instead of World Sports? I should say. You're riding with Sterling Marlin, who now is 2nd. The Race Fans Unlimited in-car camera. He's lined up right behind Morgan Shepherd as the green flag comes out, and we resume competition here at Pocono with 20 laps to go.
Morgan Shepherd is the leader in all of that scrambling around. Earnhardt trying to get his lap, get back in the lead lap. So is Rick Mast and Rick Wilson. They all get back there. Jimmy Henry up on the outside.
And Rick Mast spins.
Hope everybody can get by him.
And so far he did. He went down in the grass, and I don't think anyone else except Rick Mast spun.
And he's going to continue on. Just a little agricultural racing, as Dr. Jerry Punch described it yesterday in the ARCA race, and Mast is back on the track.
But Kyle Petty, I think, had to slow down because of the car spinning in front of him and lost a lot of distance. Now, can he make it up?
Here it is again. Let's see how Mast got sideways going into turn 1.
Well, he and Rick Wilson almost got together.
In fact, they might have touched just a little bit, and Wilson went on, and Mast. The 3-car might have touched him. Let's see if Earnhardt did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, the 3-car got him just a little bit, enough to get him out of shape and spin him around.
Well, Earnhardt is back on the lead lap. He's at the front of the pack, but he is not the leader of the race. That continues to be Morgan Shepherd.
Kyle Petty now has moved up into second. So Kyle is on the move.
And he's right behind Morgan Shepherd. Watch Earnhardt go by. Here's Sterling Marlin. I guess Sterling Marlin is leading the race.
Yeah, he is. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Sorry about
Meanwhile,
that.
right behind him, Kyle Petty is trying to get alongside Morgan Shepherd.
That'll be for second then.
Yeah, that would be for second place. Here's our leader, Sterling Marlin. There we see Sterling right behind Rick Wilson. There's Jimmy Hensley. Here comes Kyle Petty. He made that pass on Morgan Shepherd. He has taken over second, so it's Kyle Petty, Morgan Shepherd, and Davey Allison.
Sterling Marlin has a pretty good lead.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is. It's probably 2 or 2.5 seconds or something. We'll get the clock running here in a moment. See how far it is.
The question is, can Kyle close in and catch him within the time that we have left in this race? Or will Marlin record his very first NASCAR Winston Cup win?
Kyle Petty just came off the corner and drove up right alongside Hud Strickland. The car is handling like a dream in mellow yellow Pontiac. Robin, Kyle, and that crew seems to have the handle on this racetrack today.
They certainly do. Certainly do.
Okay, let's go inside the 8 car, and Sterling Marlin's their bestest car, and just see how we got the lead. There's the leader, Morgan Shepherd. He follows Earnhardt. Earnhardt gets alongside Morgan Shepherd on the inside, the preferred line. Now we're going to see the spin. Nail the gas, and away he went.
Yep. Had Morgan out on the outside, so he just stood on the gas and took the lead. Now he's trying to pass Rick Wilson.
He's not going to hold Kyle Petty off, I'll tell you. Kyle Petty just coming too strong, too hard.
He is coming in a hurry.
Here's Ken Schrader trying to take the position away from Morgan Shepherd.
It's going to be for about 5th, 6th place.
Morgan's car seems to have to run a while before it really sets in and starts running good. But
and he did not stop and get tires that time. He had a couple of laps on his tires. Kenny Schrader and Kyle Petty both did stop and put 4 fresh tires. Jimmy Spencer did as well. There comes Spencer into the picture. See Spencer right behind Ricky Rudd.
now Marlin passing the car number 44, and Kyle Petty has caught him, gentlemen, as they go down into turn 1. Not quite caught him, but he's right there.
We better get this statistic in before it goes away. But the last time the Stavola brothers won a NASCAR Winston Cup race was at Daytona in 1988 with Bobby Allison driving.
For the Daytona 500.
7 car, Jimmy Hensley's.
Kyle made a little bit of a slip coming off at turn 1, and that allowed Hensley to really come up there on him, but Kyle has got her back down on the inside again, trying to move around his dad's race car.
But Jimmy's had a good run right now. Now here is Petty passing, or rather, Petty passing
Petty's
Rick
car.
Wilson. Yeah. And now Kyle closes in on Sterling Marlin in turn number 3, on to the main straightaway. Will he be able to get the lead back from Sterling as they go into turn number 1? Chances are pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah, look at Davey Allison and Ken Schrader racing side by side back there. Was that the 7 car that was up beside him? They were Jimmy Schrader, and Schrader beat him into the turn.
Kyle Petty is in the lead. And Robin Pemberton has been chosen as the Western Auto Mechanic of the race.
I tell you what, if he didn't win the award today, they better have a recheck.
He didn't want us to jinx him, but let's hope we don't.
You mean by talking to him?
Yeah, by mentioning that no, we don't know.
Marlin trying to hang on a second. There comes Kenny Schrader. Kodiak car.
Schrader's on the move.
He's on the move, trying to catch Sterling Marlin for that second spot.
Harry Gantz there to the left, the right rather. Here comes Davey Allison passing Jimmy Hensley.
Well, Harry Gantz spent all that time working his way up to second place before that caution came out. And then after all the shuffling around with some not pitting and he coming out behind the other, he got himself back behind, but he's back in front. So is Jimmy Spencer.
Ricky Rudd. And Ted Musgrave got his lap back on that caution flag, so he is back in the lead lap. He's racing with these guys for position.
Yep, he had not made a big flag pit stop when the caution came out, so that did put him back in the lead lap.
Musgrave is running in 9th position, back on the lead lap. And we've only got 14 more laps to go. Kyle Petty within 14 of another win. Back right after this.
Yeah. Yes, we did.
Yep.
Yep. Dave Marcus out.
Yep.
He's going by the 5 as we speak. Must have got a lap back on that caution flag too.
Yeah, he could have, because he was, his pit stops were, he made a later pit stop than the others the time before, so yep, see that's
Yeah. Will be what? Okay, thank you. Back at Pocono, where Kyle Petty has a 1.7 second lead on Sterling Marlin, a 2.3 lead on Kenny Schrader, 2.7 on Davey Allison, and Morgan Shepherd is 3 seconds behind as the laps are clicking off, and now 12 remain in this 200 lap, 500 mile event. Ted Musgrave back on the lead lap and moving up. He is up to 9th position, make that 8th position now.
Past Ricky Rudd the last lap. There we see Rudd right behind him, the Tide Chevrolet. And Chase trying to chase down Harry Gant.
There's Gant and Spencer.
That's a race for about the 6th spot.
Jimmy Hensley seems to have lost a cylinder in the car number 7. He's off speed from what he was, but he's still out there running.
You see Kenny Schrader has just passed Sterling Marlin for that 2nd spot. There comes Davey Allison, Morgan Shepherd. All these guys running right together.
Side by side into turn 3, Marlin and Schrader.
Sterling got it underneath. Schrader trying to take that spot back. Now here they come, 2 abreast, and Sterling Marlin's got him a drafting partner. He had one.
Now Kenny Schrader has one with Davey Allison coming up there behind him.
John Kernan, tell us about the Jimmy Hensley situation.
Well, Bob, the engine developed a miss. Thought it was the electrical problem. Jimmy reached over and switched to another electrical ignition box, and he radioed back, said that just made the problem worse. So they're just going to try and ride it out and hope that the car will stay together till the finish.
I'll tell you what, this is a heck of a race for second. They are all right together.
Yeah, Kyle's not going to get much TV time here right now. He's going to lay out front again. Jeff Gordon moves out of their way.
Schrader has 2nd right now. Marlin is right behind in 3rd. Then comes Allison, Shepherd, and Spencer. There's the leader.
Now you know why we're not showing you the lead.
Right. 10 to go.
There's Harry Gant trying to move around Rick Wilson. That's going to cost Gant some time there right now.
Because he is on the outside, that's right.
Ted Musgrave right behind him. Now Gant finally makes the pass.
1 Meanwhile, Morgan Shepherd's going by on the inside of Davey Allison.
As I said earlier, Morgan's car needs a few laps before it really gets going. So he didn't quite make it past that time. Here's Spencer trying to pass Shepherd.
This has been some of the best racing we've seen all day.
Look at Spencer go in. And they are glued together as they come off that flat corner. Here comes Harry Gant. He'll try to make it 3 abreast.
If he has enough momentum down the straightaway, but I don't think he has. He don't know which one to follow, but he'd probably follow the inside man. That's what Davey Allison did a moment ago when he ducked out from behind Schrader in behind the 8 car.
Spencer got the corner a little too hard. If Harry had just been ready, he might have got both of them in one corner.
Well, it looks like he's going to get Shepherd.
Well, Morgan's
maybe
coming
not.
back.
Yeah, Morgan's coming back from the outside. Harry has to hurry through into the turn.
Shepherd wisely backs off.
Yep, smart thing to do.
Looks like they got that settled.
For the moment.
The 55 and the 44 having a shoving match back. 55 Musgrave on the lead lap, and Rick Wilson not on the lead lap.
But I bet Rick don't know it.
That's right. Rick Wilson thinks he's racing the 55 car in 4th position right now.
And the spotters probably don't realize it.
That's right.
They knew that Ted was a lap down earlier, and so they figured they're racing 4th position right now. But they aren't.
Another Napa field summary. $11 cars on the lead lap.
Dale Earnhardt keep passing leaders on this last restart. Still in front of Kyle Petty, so he is on the lead lap.
Yeah, he built up a big margin there before Kyle got to the front. Kyle is gaining on him a little bit now, but Earnhardt is staying out there. Good shape.
Musgrave finally was able to get by Rick Wilson. Sure, Rick thought he just lost the position. There we see Earnhardt, Kyle Petty.
Not too far from going a lap down. The Pontiac of Kyle Petty leads this race. The Chevrolet of Ken Schrader is second, and the Ford of Sterling Marlin is third.
There'll be 6 laps to go when they return.
Here comes Spencer. And we, after seeing the football piece, we know that Spencer wants to do so well here at his home racetrack.
That entire football team here watching.
Yeah, there's 85 of them from the school here today watching.
He's driving his heart out.
Yes, here he comes. He's going to the inside.
Gonna get him. Yes, and you can hear the roar go up from the grandstand.
Now is he going to slip up and let Davey come back on the inside?
Even though that is his dad's race car, Davey's not going to roll over and play dead. He had to earn it. And Davey looks up in his rearview mirror and sees Harry Gant coming back there, and Morgan Shepherd.
And here comes Ted Musgrave passing Morgan Shepherd.
He finally got around Rick Wilson and just motored right on up there around Morgan.
That 7th spot, just took over 7th.
That'll be his best finish of the year.
It will equal his best finish.
Finished 7th at Rocky Mountain. Okay. Well, he might move up another one or two and get his best finish of the year. I'd say that he's one driver that'll probably move in 1994, and probably there'll be a number of team owners looking at him.
Much sought after.
Yes, sir.
Harry Gant took a look under Davey Allison. That's my way. That's 4th place.
Now, while you're watching this, folks, don't forget that Kyle Petty is leading here. There he is, but he is out front all by himself. Schrader has things all to himself in 2nd place, and so we're watching this 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th on back battle. Kenny Schrader has just had some great performances. In fact, if he stays where he is, he will have 4 top 5s in his last 4 races.
I think he's had the last 3 races right now. He's currently running
second.
That's the group of cars contesting 3rd. Spencer just took over 3rd place, got by Sterling Marlin.
Yep.
Davy's trying to get under Sterling. I think he's going to make it. Now Harry's going to follow Sterling. Now remember, there's no room down there.
Be careful here. Right with him.
The 33 car is right beside him, and here comes Musgrave.
And Harry moved back to the outside and sort of cut off Musgrave's draft there, and going to be a little bit tougher for him, but he hangs on, makes the pass going into. You know, Ted Musgrave almost, was it this race he almost won last year?
Exactly.
Yeah,
it was. To think of it, it was.
He ran out of gas right near the end of Central.
Finished the July race.
Oh, okay.
I remember
I know
that.
it was a Pocono race. The first two letters of the month were George U, whatever.
June or July.
Yeah.
Trying to chase down Harry again. There goes our leader, Kyle Petty.
You'll remember that Marlin and Shepard, they have both about 8 more laps on their tires than everybody else. Is that the difference here, possibly?
Yes, I think it is, yes. And we can see just how important fresh tires are, because Sterling Marlin, Morgan Shepard, both those guys drifted back to the end of the line of cars that stopped and got tires. We see that Harry Gant has gotten by Davey Allison, taking over 4th spot. Now Musgrave's contested 5th.
Yep. To equal his finish here at Pocono last year. Bob's had in the second race.
Boy, Musgrave is just driving that car for all it's worth.
Now let's see if he can get off the corner.
His car is handling well. And he
goes
looks down
over
to the inside.
He can do it, headed toward turn number 3.
Nope. I don't think he got far enough, and he's decided he didn't get far enough either.
Now he's trying to get a run on. Boy, does he get a run coming off this turn. And he might have had to let off there just a little bit, because he had a run going there for a second that might have had been enough momentum to pull up beside it in the straightaway. But I'll tell you, when you run up behind that Heflin Ford, the Robert Yates engine, you're not likely to pass him on the straightaway unless you do have a lot of extra momentum coming off the turn.
Now he got such a good run that he had to back off the gas to keep hitting Davies.
I think that's exactly what happened.
We have less than 2 laps to go. Next time around, Kyle Petty will get the white flag. He is in the tunnel while we keep our eye on Ted Musgrave and Davey Allison and Harry Gant and the others.
Harry Gant's closed up on the back bumper of Spencer. He's going to try to make a run, I'm sure. They're going to wait for the front straightaway.
That's 3rd and 4th we're looking at.
5th and 6th right behind them.
Petty takes the white flag. 1 to go for Kyle.
Here comes Harry.
And on the inside, he has some momentum off the turn. It's a drag race down the straightaway. Now they're going to run up on the car number 24 of Jeff Gordon going into the turn. I think Gordon's going to get way down low on the racetrack, out of the way.
They have bumped. Harry takes 3rd. Spencer back to 4th. 5th is Allison. 6th is Musgrave. Kyle is leading half a lap from the finish en route to his 7th career NASCAR Winston Cup victory. Let's watch this battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Kyle Petty is going to win it unless something awful happens.
Kenny Schrader is 2nd. Gant is 3rd.
Here's Musgrave trying to get on the inside of Davey Allison. Trying to take over the position.
He's got him this time.
If he don't slide up in the turn.
Here's Kyle Petty coming off of turn 3. He takes the checkered flag and wins the Champion Spark Plug 500. Here's Schrader 2nd. 3rd is Gant. 4th Spencer. 5th Musgrave. 6th Allison. 7th is Shepard. 8th is Marlin. 9th is Ricky Rudd. Here's John Kernan.
Giving Kyle some congratulations on the radio. Robin, a great day for you guys. Also, you were named Western Auto Mechanic of the race, and Kyle wins the race. What a way to cap off a beautiful day.
Yeah, this was great. I hate Felix isn't here because he said we never run good at Pocono. I guarantee we're having a better time than Felix right now. See you, man. I appreciate it. Everybody worked real hard. We've had a bad couple of weeks here, you know. But, man, this is great. Win up here.
I guess Kyle's going to demand everybody maybe to ride Harleys to every race, huh?
Well, if we can win a couple more races, we might just buy a bunch for every race. You know, it's the 90th anniversary, and congratulations to Harley Davidson. Thanks.
Thanks, baby.
So Kyle Petty becomes the 8th different winner in the last 9 Winston Cup races held here at Pocono International Raceway. I'll be there as soon as I can. You got the keys, right? Okay. Neil, we got to do JIPs real quick if we can.
Davey moved to second in points.
Did he?
I think so. Dale was stayed third.
Allison
Rusty
second,
dropped back.
right. Jared third. Petty fourth. Rusty dropped to fifth.
The reason they're going to do this lap is because this was the last race that Alan Kulwicki won last year. He won 2 last year. He won the first race at Bristol, and then he won this race at Pocono. Just so you know, Bob.
Okay. It was Alan's last win period.
Kyle, the photographers have asked you to stand on the roof and do a 360 with the camera. Slowly, okay? Zero in. Why the long face, buddy? Why the long face?
He carries that thing with him everywhere.
Austin, stand here with me, buddy.
Jerry looks like he's having a bad hair day. Caterpillars.
I gave it to him. Film it. You want your son up here? Where's Mom? Sit up here beside him.
We're back at Pocono International Raceway, where the champion Spark Plug 500 has been won by Kyle Petty. Jerry?
Bob, I've seen it all. I've never seen a driver climb out of a car. Look at Kyle Petty with a video camera, his own little video camera, videotaping everyone else celebrating in victory lane. And Kyle, yeah, hey Kyle, how are you? Congratulations on a great win today.
Yeah, we had a great week. You know, we went to New Hampshire and tested, and we found some stuff over there we thought might help us coming off of this corner up here. And my car really worked good off turn 3 all day long. But you know, I can't say enough about John Wilson and Robin Pemberton. Felix Sabatis is not here. I'd like to thank him. But I'd like to say hey to Patty, and I'd like to say hey to Wade Thornburg, who's worked for my father for 25 or 30 years and is sick with cancer right now and sitting at home. So, hey, Wade.
You guys really had them covered, Kyle. You know, it seemed like every time you would get someone would get a run at you, you guys would come in, make a great pit stop, and go back out and pull away.
Well, I tell you what, we just kept making adjustments. They really good. We were good the first part of the race. When everybody else was a little loose, we were just right. And then my car got tighter and tighter, and I could stretch it out in 5 or 6 seconds. And then here comes Harry, wide open coming. And we made one more adjustment. And when we made that adjustment, it turned that thing loose, and we went from 9 seconds to 15 or 16 seconds. So it was a good day.
Will you ride Harleys from now on the week prior to a race? That's got to be a good luck charm for you.
It might be a good luck charm, but I'd hate to think I had to ride that Harley 1,700 miles a week to get to a racetrack just to win races.
Why the video camera?
Well, we videotaped from the time we left Charlotte. We went to Portland, Maine to see Robin's aunt. We went to New Hampshire. We went to New York City. We went to Saratoga Springs. We've been all over. So we filmed people at rest areas. So I figured if we could film people going in the bathroom, we can film people in Victory Lane, man.
Hey, what a home movie for Kyle Petty, and what a victory here in the Champion Spark Plug 500. Bob?
You know, I remember last year when he came for the tire test at Indianapolis that he brought the video camera with him to document that, and he still got it, recording the victory celebration of his own in Victory Lane here today at Pocono. We'll be right back.
is Felix.
I tell you what, I can't say enough about these guys. They built a great car that drove perfect all day long. We made a couple of adjustments, talked to Robin, and they made some.
We go until 4:30.
The motor was incredible. It pulled up the corner like you wouldn't believe. So, you know, just a good day all the way around. No, you know, we got way out in front there, and they had a nice car. I don't want to say that car. But even at that, you know, I knew that we could get around those guys in front, so they didn't get it. You know, it was just a matter of working your way back through traffic. And our car was really good for 15 or 20 laps. That's all there was left in the race. That's all we needed.
Got a forest fire, boys.
Boy, that thing can get out of hand.
Because you know the fire department can never get there.
Coming out.
That's for sure.
Was up one spot. Zay moves up. Kyle was 7th. He moves way up.
Okay. ESPN Speed World is being brought to you by your local Yamaha dealer, who invites you to see their exciting line of motorcycles, ATVs, and water vehicles. By Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. And by Budweiser, fresh, pure, natural, proud to be your bud. Kyle Petty wins second place. Ken Schrader, here's John.
Well, Ken, second today, but I mean, Kyle was just simply awesome. I guess a great race for second place, though.
Yeah, you know, we were good there at the end. Out of the cars that came in and got new tires on, Harry got kind of caught up in that deal with when Rick Mass got sideways. That gave us a little break there to get away from Harry, and then the rest of the guys had on used tires, so it just kind of worked out.
You guys keep climbing up the points. Think you can make another position this week. Are you finding that consistency? Are we going to see you contend for the championship later this year?
Well, you know, it takes like an average place finish or something like 6th, 7th, something 8th even to win the championship. So we can keep struggling top fives together. That might make up for what we hurt ourselves early in the year.
Ken Schrader with a fine second place finish today, Bob.
And several others had best finishes for 1993. Sterling Marlin, Harry Gant, and Ted Musgrave all had best finishes. Marlin an 8th, Gant a 3rd, and Musgrave a 5th. So the victory lane celebration continues, and we are going to take another break and be back here at Pocono. The top 5, Schrader, Gant, Spencer, and Ted Musgrave. Okay. Okay, now who's with Gant? Jerry? All righty. Oh, okay. $550.
say for a super rookie. You got your car, Brian? Close by.
See what was missing on that truck that just went by in there? Driver's name.
Which one? I didn't pay attention.
Of course, I don't guess it.
The champion Sparkplug 500 at Pocono International Raceway, won today by Kyle Petty. Ken Schrader was second. Harry Gant third. Here's Jerry Punch.
And Harry, from 26th to 3rd, a good run for you today.
Well, the car, it works super. It's an old car, one of our oldest cars, and you know, it just works super. The engine, it got real weak, and the carburetor just loaded up and got me gassed pretty bad. But you know, I hate to see that last caution come out if it was going to be 10th, and we managed to get back to 3rd. That's all we could do. It just wasn't much more left, and it's pretty much going away.
With all the rumors about you possibly retiring this year or next, hey, with runs like this, you may stay around for quite a while.
Yeah, if I can win me 4 or 5 races, maybe.
Harry Gant finishing 3rd here at Pocono, Pennsylvania. Let's go to Jimmy Spencer, who's with John Kernan.
Jimmy getting congratulations from everybody down here in the garage area. Jimmy, kind of the hometown boy, had to come back from a lap down today, but you still finished 4th.
Yeah, John, you know, the Meineke car ran real well today. We had a bad pit stop, but Jack broke and twisted the car all out of shape, and it cost us a lot of positions. And we got it back, and, you know, got us out of sequence, and it really hurt us, but we didn't have nothing for Kyle today. You know, he was really going good. Congratulations to him, and, you know, we'll try a little bit harder next week.
Got to make you feel good with this kind of a run. You go to Michigan next week and then some other tracks that you run well on.
Yeah, John, I'm as excited. You know, last week at Dover, we were looking forward to Charlotte, Dover, Pocono, Michigan, and on in Daytona. And it's working for us. You know, that's 3 straight top 10s. And looking forward to Michigan. Have a heck of a race car. Same car ran in Charlotte. Don't forget the car ran in Talladega going to July 4th with. So we're excited about the next 4 or 5 races.
Jimmy Spencer at 4th place finish. Another driver, a young driver with a good finish today, is standing by with Jerry Punch.
And the Jasper U.S. Air colors, Ted Musgrave, congratulations on a top 5 finish.
I tell you, you know, Pocono's been really nice to me. You know, the racetrack seems to be my cup of tea. You know, there's 3 different type of corners, and you know, we just didn't get tuned in right away in the beginning, but the guys did a good job in the pits. They changed the track bar on me and turned out real well.
You like this place. It looks like you're getting better and better week after week. A win's got to be around the corner.
Well, it was close today, you know, not quite, but it was one of our best runs of the year. And I tell you, you know, Jasper and US Air has been behind us all year. We've had a lot of bad luck, but now maybe we can turn this around.
An impressive young driver showing it here today.
And congratulations to Ted Musgrave. We will show you now the unofficial results. There are the top 5. We have talked with all of them. Kyle Petty, the winner of today's race, dominating this event without question and winning his first top 5 in the 8 super speedways that have been run in 1993. Bill Elliott with a top 10 finish.
Davey Allison back in 6th place. His car just started pushing, never could get it fixed.
Dale Earnhardt, yeah, the last car on the lead lap, finishing 11th today.
Phil Parsons got one of his laps back. He's back in 14th. And Kenny Wallace, the leading rookie contender, the Max Rookie chase today.
Dale Jarrett was in 19th position at the end. Bobby Labonte in 20th position. Jeff Bodine had a good run going, finishing in 24th.
Broke a transmission, had to be pushed in.
And all of these cars that we're looking at, except Jeff Gordon, he was still out there running at the end, but all these others were out of the race. Mark Martin, of course, one of those going out early after a strong run.
Ernie Irvin with a disappointing 34th place finish, and Rusty Wallace with a very disappointing finish in 39th position. Now, as far as the points are concerned, Dale Earnhardt remains on top. Moving up 2 positions, Davey Allison. Dale Jarrett remains in 3rd. Kyle Petty picks up 3 positions to 4th, and Rusty Wallace drops 3 positions back into 5th. Morgan Shepherd will go into the next race 6th, then Ken Schrader, Jeff Bodine, Jimmy Spencer, and Jeff Gordon. Our next telecast of the NASCAR Winston Cup event will be on July 3rd, Saturday. That will be at Daytona International Speedway and the Pepsi 400. We hope that you will be able to join us. Once again, Kyle Petty winning here this afternoon, a 5-second advantage over Ken Schrader. For Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch, this is Bob Jenkins. Thanks for joining us. So long, everyone. You ready? Ned, good job today. Benny, thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, I hope so. Oh, you might be coming for that? Good. Oh, good deal. Do you want the JIPs? Okay. Here we go. Welcome back to our highlighted version of the Champion Sparkplug 500 from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania. Let's move ahead now in our coverage. We move ahead in our coverage of the Champion Sparkplug 500, the 13th race of the 1993 NASCAR Winston Cup season from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania. From Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania, welcome back to our highlighted version of the Champion Sparkplug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. Let's move ahead now in our coverage. We move ahead in our coverage now of the Champion Sparkplug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race from Pocono International Raceway in Pennsylvania. Is that enough? Okay. You're watching our highlighted version of NASCAR Winston Cup Racing's Champion Sparkplug 500 from Pocono International Raceway. Welcome back to the Champion Sparkplug 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race from Pocono International Raceway. We now move ahead in our coverage. Okay. Thanks. See ya. Bye.